Order. Will the secretary please call roll?
Commissioner Escamilla, Commissioner Leo,
Present.
Commissioner Oliva,
Here.
Commissioner Pham,
Here.
Commissioner Wu,
Here.
Vice Chair Benninger,
Present.
Chair Ramos.
Present.
Chair, quorum has been reached at 5:39 p.m.
Thank you. Vice Chair Benninger will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Vice Chair Benninger. Before we begin, I would like to remind my fellow commissioners to turn your microphones on when speaking and off when not speaking. And when speaking, please place the microphone about 4 inches away from you. Thank you. 2 Spanish interpreters are present in this evening's meeting and will provide summarized translations.
2 intérpretes de español están presentes en la reunión de esta noche y proporcionarán traducciones breves y resumidas. Para el público presente en persona, puede obtener un par de audífonos ubicados en el vestíbulo del cuarto de la conferencia, donde podrá escuchar la interpretación en español.
Members of the public may attend the Planning Commission meeting either in person or virtually via Zoom. I now invite the Commission Secretary to describe how the public can access and participate in this meeting.
This meeting is being live streamed via our portal at www.santa-ana.primegov.com/public/portal and on YouTube at www.youtube.com/City of Santa Ana videos. If you would like to provide public comment, you may do so in the following ways. Join the meeting via Zoom. Enter the meeting ID number 82417562555. When the item you wish to comment on is being discussed, please select the hand icon to indicate that you would like to speak. Once called upon, remember to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. You can also join the meeting by calling 669-900-6833. Enter meeting ID 82417562555. When the item that you would like to comment on is being discussed, press 9 to let us know you would like to speak. You will be called upon by the last 3 digits of your phone number. After you are called upon, you may press 6 to unmute yourself. For those who are attending this meeting in person and would like to provide public comment, please fill out a request to speak form and turn it in to the recording secretary. All speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I will alert you when your time is up.
Moving on to the public comments on non-agenda or non-public hearing items. Secretary, does anyone wish to speak?
If you are attending this meeting in person and would like to comment on non-agenda or non-public hearing items, please fill out a request to speak form and turn it in to the secretary. If you are participating via Zoom and would like to comment on non-agenda or non-public hearing items, please select the hand icon to let us know you would like to comment. If you are calling in and would like to comment on non-agenda or non-public hearing items, please dial 9 and then 6 to unmute yourself. I will wait a few seconds. Chair, we do not have any speakers.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve
I'm
item
so
A?
sorry, Chair Ramos. Someone has raised their hand on Zoom.
Thank you. We're going to go to public comments on non-agenda or non-public hearing items.
Myself. Yes, my can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Okay. I would like a non-agenda item to be addressed, which is why is it that the notice that was mailed to me was supposedly mailed on the 26th of November, but somehow did not arrive to my home in Santa Ana for 7 days. It didn't arrive until December 2nd and was supposedly mailed December 26th. I also have further comments on that agenda item, but why in the world is it taking 7 days for the United States Postal Service to get mail for your meetings? Why is it taking 7 days?
We will have the Spanish interpreter come up to the podium to translate.
En Spanish. Básicamente tengo la duda de por qué se demora 7 días el que se me avise por correo de los Estados Unidos estas reuniones. No me parece justo y es importante que se haga de otra manera o de una manera justa para que todos podamos tener acceso a esas reuniones de una forma pronta. Gracias.
Chair, we have no more speakers on Zoom or in person.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve item A, minutes from November 10th, 2025, and item B, excused absences?
I'd like to move both.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Wu, and we have a second from Commissioner Leo. Secretary, please call for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Escamilla? Commissioner Leo?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva?
Aye.
Commissioner Pham?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Vice Chair Benninger?
Aye.
Chair Ramos?
Aye.
Motion approved by majority vote with Commissioner Escamilla absent.
Thank you. That concludes the consent calendar items. Moving on to the public hearing. I will now review the process for the public hearing so that everyone knows what to expect. Staff will provide a presentation and answer questions from the commission. The public hearing will be opened. The applicant will be given the opportunity to speak, limited to 15 minutes. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to comment, limited to 3 minutes. The applicant will be given the opportunity to respond to comments made by the public, limited to 5 minutes. The public hearing will be closed. Discussion will return to the commission with formal action taken to approve, deny, or continue review of the application. Please consider the following suggestions when organizing your comments. Please state your name. You may state your address. That is strictly voluntary. State whether you support, oppose, or are neutral to the proposal. Your statement should include all pertinent facts within your knowledge. And then recording secretary, for the record, was that translated in Spanish via headsets, or do we need that said by the interpreter at the podium?
Yes, it was translated through headset. Thank you.
Thank you. Please note, decisions on these matters are final unless appealed within 10 days by any interested individual or party. Recommendations on these matters will be forwarded to the City Council at a later date for final determination. Item 1. This is the time and place for modification of conditional use permit number 76-38 for the property located at 212 to 280 North Sullivan and 2602 West Fifth Streets located within the Light Industrial M1 zoning district. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regard to this item? Seems as if we have no disclosures. The case planner, Nancy Tran, will provide a brief presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. The item before you is CUP 76-38 Mod 1, a conditional use permit request to modify the existing CUP approval in order to allow the expansion of the existing mini warehouse facility, commonly known as self-storage, at 212 to 280 North Sullivan and 2602 West Fifth Streets. Staff recommends that the commission adopt resolution approving conditional use permit 76-38 Mod 1 to allow the expansion of an existing self-storage facility and to modify previously approved conditions as conditioned. The subject's property general plan designation is industrial flex low, flex 1.5. It is zoned M1 light industrial. To the north, along Fifth Street, surrounding land uses include office, retail, school, and along Sullivan Street, a residence. Recycling, automotive repair, contractor yard, passenger transport is located to the east. Commissary, auto repair, transitional housing, retail, medical, manufacturing to the south. And to the west, self-storage, restaurant, and manufacturing uses. The site is made up of 3 parcels totaling approximately 3.5 acres. Sorry. In early 1974, the 2602 West 5th Street parcel was developed with 7 one-story steel frame metal storage buildings for self-storage facility use. At the time of construction, the use in the M1 district only required administrative approval. The property has operated continuously as a self-storage facility since its construction. In October 1974, City Council adopted ordinance number NS 1225 requiring a CUP for mini warehouse uses in the M1 district. In January 1977, Planning Commission approved CUP number 76-38 for expansion of a self-storage facility onto the abutting 280 North Sullivan Street parcel, authorizing construction of several one-story buildings, office, and manager's residence. In April 2002, the City Council adopted ordinance NS 2494 to add stricter standards for certain uses, including new self-storage near arterials and freeways, with case-by-case review for consistency with general plan goals and impact mitigation. Santa Ana Municipal Code Section 41-472.5P requires a CUP for self-storage and generally limits approval to sites at least 500 feet from the arterial or freeway and 1,000 feet from a freeway intersection, while still allowing some discretionary review of proposals closer than these distances. The redevelopment will involve a portion of the existing self-storage extra space storage site. As part of this plan, the project will demolish an existing one-story, 1,214 square foot building that houses the current office and manager's apartment, and construct a new 84,197 square foot, 3-story self-storage building. The new building will include a 1,246 square foot rental office at the ground floor and 750 square foot manager's apartment at the second floor. There will be no changes to the facility's hours of operation. The rental office will continue to operate Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Customer access to the storage units will remain daily from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. In terms of the architecture and design, the new facility will feature a modern industrial design with stucco finish, corrugated metal panels, metal canopies, and trim and metal roll-up doors. There will be a generous use of glass to promote openness and visual connectivity. This includes aluminum windows, storefront glass, and spandrel glazing. With respect to on-site and off-site improvements, a landscape parkway will be established along Sullivan Street. Landscaping will be enhanced to improve the site's overall appearance, including a 15-foot wide buffer abutting the adjacent residence and along Sullivan Street. A new 5-foot planting strip between the existing emergency access driveways along 5th Street will be provided, and the chain link fence with barbed wire along the southern property line will be replaced with a 6-foot tall concrete masonry unit block wall. There will also be a new tubular fencing gate at the driveway entrance and between the building and south property line along Sullivan Street. These are site photos of the existing property from the primary frontage along Sullivan Street, where the new building is proposed, and the northern frontage along 5th Street, where no work is proposed. The image to the left is the existing site plan with 12 one-story self-storage buildings, the rental managers and managers residence building, and RV parking. The image to the right is the proposed condition with the project proposed on the lower right in color. And this is a proposed site plan zoomed into the area of work along Sullivan Street with the RV restriping and no changes to the existing 5 self-storage buildings at the rear. This landscape plan adds new trees along Sullivan Street along the northern property line shared with the adjacent residents in the RV area and along Fifth Street. New landscape features crepe myrtle, Brisbane box, Pacific wax myrtle, London plane, and African sumac trees while preserving existing mature trees on site. The palette also includes a mix of drought-tolerant plant species to enhance the site's perimeter and overall appearance. These are the first and second floor plans with a zoomed-in image of the 750 square foot manager's apartment. And this is the third floor showing more storage units. This is a rendering of the northeast elevation and the sides of the building. The north elevation faces the adjacent residence and the south faces an industrial property. And these are the sides of the buildings, the east elevation facing Sullivan Street and the west facing the interior of the lot. The proposed expansion retains the site's existing self-storage use, which has operated continuously since before adoption of proximity limits on new facilities within 500 feet of an arterial street under current zoning standards. Overall, the design and site layout ensures compatibility in scale and massing with the surrounding neighborhood, serving as an effective buffer between residential and industrial uses and improving the public realm through quality architecture and enhanced street-facing design. Landscaping improvements along Sullivan and Fifth Streets will further enhance the area's visual appeal and contribute to a safer, more attractive streetscape. The facility continues its role as a quiet, well-maintained buffer between residential and industrial uses as the neighborhood redevelops. City staff collaborated closely with the applicant to ensure the project's design fits with the residential context and meets all conditional use permit requirements outlined in the Santa Ana Municipal Code Section 41-638. Since the request is for an expansion of the existing self-storage use at the site, denial of the CUP would not require the existing self-storage facility to cease operations as it may continue as an existing use. The project is exempt from CEQA as it meets the eligibility for Class 32 infill development projects as no significant environmental impacts will result. The project would not cause significant impacts related to traffic, noise, air quality, water quality, or biological resources, and is not located on a hazardous site, a scenic highway, or subject to unusual circumstances or cumulative impacts. A notice of exemption environmental review number 2024-21 will be filed for the project, and there's no fiscal impact associated with this project. This concludes my staff recommends adoption of resolution approving conditional use permit number 76-38 mod 1 to allow the expansion of an existing self-storage facility and to modify previously approved conditions as condition. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does the commission have any comments or questions for staff? Commissioner Wu?
The height of the building is a new elevation from the one story that is currently, right? With the previous CPUC, is there any issues that staff see in terms of going from 1 to 3 story?
No, it is compatible with the neighborhood, and the previous CUP didn't have a maximum for the height.
And since it's in the industrial zone, right, it's not impeding views for residential?
No.
And how do you enter in the building in order to access the storage unit? Because it seemed like it's a box. Is there a loading dock or something?
At the rear, there is a loading area for them to go into the building.
So they go down some corridor and get some elevators to
Yes.
go up? Okay. And is there fire prevention for those elevators and things like that?
They would be subject to fire code and building code.
Okay. And there probably is, or ruse against certain kind of chemicals and things being served there?
That's correct.
Right, okay. And I see that you added landscaping and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wu. Do we have any other comments or questions?
Yeah. Sorry, I had my notes. Nancy, can you expand on the applicant's request to remove the CUP number 76-38, the permanent landscaping buffer.
So the previous condition of use permit required in the conditions of approval a 3-foot perimeter landscaping within the property. The recommendation is to remove it because there would be no visibility for that.
Okay. And then I didn't notice it until I looked at Google Maps. It looks like there's a single-family resident property directly adjacent to it.
That's correct.
Have we gotten any feedback from that owner specifically?
No.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pham. Vice Chair Beninger?
There is a good example of what this building's going to look like down at Barranca in the city of Irvine. And before, I don't know exactly what time they turn the lights off or dim them. It's very bright until that time. Will we have any requirements on this building to dim lights at a certain time?
The condition number 10 does have language in there for dimmer switches to provide it on the wall pack lighting.
Okay, is there a time set for that? 10 p.m.?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, have we seen this project before? Is this coming back to us a second time?
It's similar. They had another project that went before Planning Commission in the summer.
Okay. Which then brings me to security. What is their security plans on this? Are they have any requirements from the city on security?
They will have, as part of the conditions of approval, security cameras.
Okay. Okay, because one of the pictures when I was looking at the information today, actually it caught a very beautiful picture of a homeless person that was camping on their property. I don't know what their actions are, what they do with that, but it should be nice to have them monitor, and if they have that, do what they need to do. I realize homeless sometimes don't want to go, but at least give them the opportunity to know the services on it. So, but they will have cameras that will be recording?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume the manager lives on site will have some security responsibility?
I believe so, but the applicant can elaborate on that.
Okay. All right. No more questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Beninger. Do we have any other comments or questions? Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on the matter?
Good evening, Chairperson Ramos, members of the commission. My name is Rose Basinski. I'm an entitlement consultant for Extra Space Storage, and we're really happy to be here today to discuss a redevelopment of this site. We'd like to express our gratitude to staff. They've been very good and detailed in the review and discussion about the project, and I think based on their commitment, it will be a very great project for the neighborhood and for the city. Also with me here today is Shab Vakili from KSP Studio, the architect, and joining us via Zoom is Danny Morris from Extra Space Storage, and he can address the operational questions if you have them, and also security. Thank you for hearing us today. We think it's going to be a great project that will have great help and significant benefits to the city, because it will provide new storage, conditioned storage, and safe storage that is in demand in that area. So Danny would like to say a few words next, if we could have him. Thank you.
This is Danny Morris. I'm with Extra Space Storage. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate it. We presented in the summer our 5th Street redevelopment project, and appreciate all the considerations. Especially appreciate Nancy, her feedback. We've gone through a couple different iterations on this design, and it's been exceptional in comparison to other jurisdictions we might work with. So I just want to point that out. I think Nancy pretty much nails the entire project. I will add, so I think there was a concern about security. So security cameras will be aimed pretty much, lack of better words, entrances, drive aisles, perimeters, and we're required under the condition to hold the camera footage for 30 days. This is a big upgrade for our store manager and their apartment. So there will be an apartment inside, and they also have kind of job duties just to be checking. And we feel that the lighting plan that was provided will also increase and help our perimeter security. So we think all those things are going to get hit, and we'll do our best to monitor that. Something else I want to point out too is we're under code. We are allowed to expand up to 1.5 FAR, and we're at 0.61 on this expansion. So we're less than half of what the intensity would allow us to submit. So we feel very confident we'd be able to. We feel that this redevelopment expansion is going to be a good benefit. We have continued demand on the site, and this is our existing property. And a use like this for us being able to expand on our own property, we look at saturation levels, and we also look at our demand. And we know that if we are able to expand here, it also limits other storage that might go in other parcels that are ground up. So we're just we feel confident we can have a win-win and help our customers and I guess your citizens in the city. Thank you. And open any questions you might have.
Thank you. Does the commission have any comments or questions of the applicant? Commissioner Leo.
Danny, thanks again for being available. I think the public doesn't understand why there seem to be new storage units going up, not only in the city, but obviously around the county. Could you talk about, because we heard it the last time in the summer, but I'd like the public, and there's a translation going on.
Yeah.
Why there is a growth in the industry and the distances where people who use these, how far out they go, because they don't go too far.
Yeah,
if you could talk about that a little bit, I think that will help people understand kind of why not only you're upgrading, but why people use them.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner. So if you're to think personally, where would you want, if you had to use a storage facility, where would you store your belongings? First of all, it's close to where you live. We focus on bright, secure space. We feel that we're more retail than say, your mom and pa and your traditional drive-up self-storage that you might have seen, in the 70s and 80s. So first of all, proximity. Second of all, we, because of the way that the housing trends are moving, we are seeing a direct implication on the housing trends. So when you see higher density, there is a demand. So we can actually look in the area and say, what's the square footage within a certain trade area? Might be 3 to 5 miles. We have a certain count. And because of the trends, we can say with confidence that, hey, we should and can build up to this amount and be able to take on additional storage space on the property. And then because of the existing store in the metrics that we have at the existing store, we're not guessing. This isn't guesswork. We already have data of our existing store that shows us that, hey, we have above demand, above what we have current occupancy capacity for. So just all those things, right? And when you see new storage that goes up in some locations, that developer owner is taking on a little bit of a risk. It very much comes down to location. It's definitely not, the product isn't definitely something that's going to be on, right on Times Square or right during in a very busy retail section of a city. But all those considerations, we know that if we're located adjacent to residential, that we're helpful. In addition, there are small businesses that are startups that go into our properties. So store equipment, do those type of things, and I'm actually very proud of that. That's something I take a lot of pride in, helping small businesses and their startups. And so we just feel that the timing's right. We've been talking about this site for a year and a half, 2 years now, and we feel good about the progress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leo. Do any other commissioners have questions or comments for the applicant? Vice Chair Benninger.
Thank you, Danny, for your time. I just can't help but, your Packard was started in a garage, and there was talk of where the next new product's going to be developed, and it's going to be a storage shed, that's for sure, is where it's going to come out of. So I do appreciate you saying that. Right now, do you have a present manager employed right now?
Yes.
Okay, and will he just transfer over to this new expansion?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Jahili is there. Our district manager is the same district manager that's over the 4th Street property as well. Her name's Marcia. They're fantastic. They've been local and been there for a long time.
Okay. I like your design. I like the idea of being able to move items indoors and having hallways that you can take them down. My only concern again is on your design, you have large windows at the end that people can look in, which is great. The only problem is at what time of night do you plan to dim those lights down those hallways?
Based on just your earlier ask and saying 10 o'clock, it actually seems reasonable just to set that own condition on ourselves. I think that's a reasonable time. And just, I guess, just out of sake of being reasonable. I don't know how else to put it. I think that's a good thing. We can dim lights, and we could put that on timer, and we do that. We do that with a lot of our properties. So I don't have a problem in putting a condition on ourselves of doing that.
Okay. 10 o'clock, when did you expect your closing time to be?
8 p.m. is the gates are locked at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And that's actually earlier than some of our other properties. So we already have some conditions there that we set upon ourselves for opening, and we close a little bit earlier.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Benninger. Do any other commissioners have any comments or questions for the applicant? Great, seeing none. Recording Secretary, have we received any written communication, or is there a member of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Chair, we have received a total of 0 emails in the form of public comments for this item before 3:30 p.m. deadline. If you are attending this meeting in person and would like to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak form and turn it into the secretary. If you are participating via Zoom and would like to comment on this item, please select the hand icon to indicate that you would like to speak. If you are calling in and would like to comment on this item, please dial 9 and then 6 to unmute yourself. I will wait a few seconds. Chair, we have one public speaker on Zoom. Her name is Nikki. Nikki, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and maybe Mr. Morris can answer them. I know recently I was looking for a storage unit because I went from a 2-bedroom condo into moving back into my childhood home with my mom. And as I looked around the city, there was actually a lot of storage units open and available. Right now, what is the current empty spots of the property as is? Because my question would be, if we're just building storage units, and I get that people use them, especially people, they want their storage unit close, as I've had one for a long time. I just don't understand if we have a lot of storage units with open space, what is the draw to keep opening or keep expanding bigger storage units?
Sure. I appreciate the question and appreciate you being present to ask.
Sorry, was that the end of the comment? We can't have the applicant.
Yes, that was correct.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any more public comments on this item?
Chair, we do not have any more public speakers.
Great, thank you. Sorry, now the applicant may provide any additional comments.
My apologies, cutting in. Fair question. Something I did not mention, I guess, when I was mentioning market or conditioned units. I think if you were to take a survey of conditioned units, it's actually a very, very big deal for conditioned units to be available. So obviously, we're what we call cannibalizing some of our units. And we are applying climatized conditioned units. So this is, it's dehumidified, keeps a certain range on temperature. And this is actually a bigger deal for whether it's furniture or personal belongings that might need that. In the back of my mind, I think of paintings, for example. There's certain conditions that are for that. As for the market in general, as a concern, there's a certain point at which we are only really competing. We have competitors that have our same level of security, same level of just kind of the aesthetic side to our storage. And as I mentioned before, we take a kind of a retail approach. And so I say this because when people are making choices or when customers are making choices on where they want to store, there's differences. And we want to make sure that we stand out and we hold our occupancy and we push occupancy just because I feel our operations is second to none. And then we do all the little things that make a difference. So we're not just a run-of-the-mill self-storage company that just does a one-off. This is owned by our REIT. We own it long-term. We reinvest back into our properties. This will not get run down just because that's what we do. And so it's easy for me to say, hey, we're going to take care of this property because that's what we do. And we've got, literally over 3,000 stores across the United States. We're the largest operator in the United States. So I just, as far as availability, I know there's going to be some that are available, drive-up units, but we're not all that concerned with I guess, competitors, quote unquote, in that space.
Thank you. Are there any final questions or comments from any commissioners for the applicant? Go ahead, Commissioner Wu.
Okay, but I am aware that a notice of this hearing went out to the Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association, and the neighborhood did discuss it, but had no opposition.
Thank you for sharing that, Commissioner Wu. Are there any other final questions or comments before I close the public hearing? Great. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion to approve this matter?
I'd like to move approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Wu.
I second it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Benninger. We have a motion from Commissioner Wu with a second from Vice Chair Benninger. Secretary, please call for a roll call vote.
Excuse me, could I add one thing? I'm sorry.
Of course.
Maybe I'm out of area, but I'd like to stipulate or add to this approval based on a time limit for the lighting that I'm sorry, I'm seeking for the word, but basically incorporate the fact that there will be a time limit for the lighting, and 10 o'clock is agreeable with me. Do I have other?
So, Vice Chair Benninger, can you restate what you would like the motion to include? And it'll be a question from Commissioner Wu on whether he would accept that friendly amendment.
I'd like to make a motion that we add to the requirements of the CPU that lights in the building are dimmed at 10 p.m.
Doesn't that go along with the operational hours? They say their operation hour ends at 8?
Staff, would you like to respond to that, please? Thank you.
Yes, the operational hours are until 8 p.m.
So isn't that when the light goes off?
So the hours of operation, as was mentioned, the gates would close at 8. However, the applicant has stated that the lights would stay on beyond 8, and they were willing to self-impose or to self-regulate the hours that the lighting would be on to 10 p.m. And I believe that's Commissioner Benninger's revision to the conditions of approval to add that condition.
I'm amenable to adding that to
Thank
my
you.
motion.
So Commissioner Wu has accepted the friendly amendment to his motion. So we have a motion from, do we need that restated, or is the initial motions?
We're good.
Great. So we have a motion from Commissioner Wu, along with a second from Vice Chair Benninger. Secretary, can you please call for a roll call vote?
Commissioner Escamilla? Commissioner Leo?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva?
Aye.
Commissioner Pham?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Vice Chair Benninger?
Aye.
Chair Ramos?
Aye.
Motion approved by majority vote with Commissioner Escamilla absent.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item number 2. This is the time and place for conditional use permit number 2025-26 and variance number 2025-02 for the property located at 1441 East 17th Street, located within the Professional P zoning district. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regard to this item? I received an email from the applicant, but there was no correspondence. The case planner, Pedro Gomez, will provide a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, good evening, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. The second item on today's agenda is a request for an approval of a CUP and a variance for the construction and operation of a new church at the property addressed as 1441 East 17th Street. Staff is recommending approval of both the CUP and the variance application. The project site is approximately 0.55 acres, and it's located at the intersection of Wright and 17th Street. It has a general plan designation of professional and administrative office and a zoning designation of professional. It's surrounded by single-family residences to the north, a charter school and religious facility to the south, professional office uses to the east, medical and professional offices to the west. The next couple slides show a series of photos that highlight the existing conditions of the site as of today. We can see the existing site conditions, adjacent neighborhood context, and former building footprint and basement access areas. So on the screen right now, we have the view of east from Wright Street and view southeast from Wright Street. And on this slide, we have a view northeast from Wright Street and a view west from 17th Street. The site was developed in 1966 with an office building, approximately 11,000 square feet in size, and a basement. Since its construction, the building was occupied by various office uses, including professional office, counseling, real estate, attorney, and medical office. And the building has been vacant since 2021. Well, the building remained vacant in 2021. The owner purchased the property in July of 2018, and in September 2019, the property owner submitted the first development project review application, which was deemed complete by the city's Development Review Committee on May 13, 2021. On June 28, 2021, the office building sustained a major fire. The damaged structure was subsequently demolished, with only the basement portion remaining. Since then, the basement area has been temporarily shored for structural stability. The applicant proposes to construct a new single-story, 11,788 square foot church. Due to the fire in 2021, the site is now mostly vacant, with only a 11,313 square foot basement parking level remaining. The basement would accommodate 26 parking stalls for the church and would be further used as additional storage and would include a mechanical room, stairs, and elevator. The applicant is also proposing 10 surface-level parking stalls, a new trash enclosure, new lighting, and new landscaping. The church itself would include offices, conference and meeting rooms, a fellowship hall, a cry room, and a sanctuary with no fixed seating. Regular worship services are proposed Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. with no weekday or daytime services. Ancillary and general administrative office functions would occur Monday through Friday between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., supported by 2 or 3 staff members generally. The site accommodates 36 parking spaces, resulting in a deficiency of 72 spaces. To address the shortfall, the applicant has secured 115 off-site parking stalls, exceeding the minimum required and providing an operational surplus, So on the screen here, we have the proposed site plan. 17th Street is situated towards the left, and the north elevation or the north side is on the right-hand side. So vehicle circulation and access onto the site would be accommodated via a two-way driveway aisle along Wright Street. And the project has reciprocal access agreement with the adjacent property to the west, which is addressed as 1421 East 17th Street, and it's currently occupied by Planned Parenthood. The adjacent site also has a two-way driveway aisle that provides ingress and egress from 17th Street. The proposed basement parking would be accessed from an existing vehicle ramp located towards the north of the property along the western property line, while the 10 surface-level parking stalls would be accessed primarily from Wright Street. The project does include several right-of-way improvements, including on Wright Street, such as new streetlights, replacement of damaged sidewalk, new curb and gutter, and installation of new street trees. And then within the professional zoning district, the code requires a minimum 15-foot front setback and street side setback, and corresponding 15-foot landscape front and street side setbacks, as well as a 5-foot landscape interior side yard and 10-foot landscape rear yard when adjacent to single-family residences, which is the case for this project. As shown on Table 2 of the staff report for the presentation, the project provides a 10-foot 2-inch setback along the front yard, 5-foot 10-inch setback along the street yard, and no interior side landscaping, and only a 5-foot rear landscape buffer, necessitating variances from these standards. So on the screen, we have the proposed floor plan. Again, 17th Street is situated to the left-hand side. We have the basement that highlights the existing parking spaces, the mechanical and storage room, as well as the staircase and the elevator. On the screen, we have the conceptual landscape plan. The site's landscaping would also be rehabilitated and designed to complement the building proposed. In addition, staff is recommending a condition of approval requiring that the installation of 2 shade-producing trees along the southern elevation, which would be along 17th Street. These trees would be reviewed and approved as part of the required final landscape plans and will support enhanced site shading, pedestrian comfort, and overall landscape quality. So on the screen now, we have the elevations, and I was made aware of a potential discrepancy on the plans included as part of the report to the Planning Commission, but the slides and elevations on the screen now are the correct elevations. So we have the north elevation to the top. This is the building as you're looking south, but it is the north elevation. We have the east elevation. The south elevation on 17th Street looking north, and then the west elevation. The proposed building features a contemporary architectural style, incorporating a unique design, including articulated frontages, tapered columns along the front, and secondary elevation. The primary building entrance is further enhanced with a prominent covered patio designed as a wood trellis. And the building makes use of materials such as stucco finish, articulated score lines, wooden window pergolas, metal swing doors, guardrails, a broom-finished concrete, and wall-mounted light fixtures. The proposed church reactivates a long vacant fire damaged site with a compatible community serving use. The project is appropriately scaled and compatible with surrounding professional, institutional, and residential uses. All worship services are proposed to occur indoors, minimizing potential noise impacts to nearby homes. And the operating hours are limited Friday through Sunday evenings between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., avoiding conflicts with nearby offices and school activities. And again, this is the primary service uses, not the day-to-day office and administrative uses. We also have fully shielded lighting and landscape buffers to protect adjacent residential properties from glare and visual impacts. A parking management plan ensures vehicle circulation and prevents spillover into residential neighborhoods. The shared off-street or off-site parking is available during service hours when surrounding businesses are closed, meaning that there's the availability of parking spaces. Pedestrian safety is enhanced through new crosswalks, street lighting, and right-of-way improvements, which were discussed earlier. And the project would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, as it satisfies all required findings for approval under the Santa Ana Municipal Code, Section 41-638. Regarding the variance, the site's small size, corner location, and constraint geometry create special circumstances that limit the redevelopment. Retention of the existing basement structure further restricts building placement and the site layout. The strict application of setback and landscaping requirements would make the site impractical to develop. Without the variances, the project would lose the essential parking, the circulation space, and the functional building area. And then granting the variances allows reasonable use of the property consistent with other sites in the area, especially along 17th Street. Further, the project maintains over 68 feet of separation from the adjacent residences to the north, exceeding minimum requirements, and that's to kind of the entrance of the building. Reduced landscaping will be offset with enhanced planting and screening measures. Again, all service occurs indoors and during limited hours, minimizing neighborhood impacts. And the variances maintain consistency with the existing development pattern along 17th Street. The project meets required findings under the municipal code and will not harm public health, safety, or welfare. And professional administrative office general plan designation allows for complementary institutional and community serving uses, including churches. The project introduces a compatible low-intensity community use along the professional corridor, and it's consistent with the general plan by revitalizing a long vacant site with compatible community serving use that enhances the corridor through a high-quality design while ensuring compatibility with surrounding residences through setbacks, massing, buffering, and operational safeguards. The operational limits, indoor-only services, the light shielding, and restricted evening hours further ensure compliance with the city's noise standards and support a safe, welcoming environment for the community. The public notifications for this project were posted, published, and mailed in accordance with all city and state regulations. In addition, staff contacted the provided contacts for the Portola Park and Mayberry Park neighborhood associations to ensure that they were aware of the project and the public hearing. At the time of the staff report and of the presentations, there were 2 residents that expressed support for the project. There's since been additional comments received. The 2 letters of support cited longstanding concerns regarding the vacant and fire damaged condition of the property and welcoming its reinvestment and rehabilitation. The supportive comments noted that the redevelopment of the site would eliminate a blight, improve neighborhood appearance, and restore the property as an active use. There were opposing comments received, and there has been opposing comments received since then. Opposing comments cited anticipated traffic congestion, potential cut-through traffic through adjacent residential streets, and vehicular and pedestrian safety as primary issues of concern during peak service hours. Staff does want to note that we provided a summary of the opposing comments as part of the dais today. We've made those comments available to the public as well in person. And what it does is summarizes kind of the extent of all the comments that have been received opposing it, notes the comment provided, and a response provided by staff to clarify for the Planning Commission. In accordance with the CEQA and CEQA guidelines, the project has been reviewed and determined to be exempt from further environmental analysis. The project qualifies under CEQA guidelines section 15332, which is a class 32 for infill development, because it's consistent with the general plan and zoning. It's located on a fully urbanized 0.55 acre parcel, and it contains no habitat for sensitive species. The project would not result in any significant environmental effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, water quality, or public services. And the trip generation remains below vehicle miles traveled screening thresholds, which means no full traffic analysis was warranted. Worship services occur during off-peak evening hours, and a parking management plan will ensure orderly circulation and prevent queuing. Further, the site is not located on any hazardous materials property within a state scenic highway corridor or in an area subject to unusual circumstances, and not cumulative or historic resources impacts have been identified. The project also qualifies under section 15301 class 1 exemption for the existing basement, as there's going to be minor alterations as part of the development. Based on these findings, staff has prepared an environmental review number 2023-20, and the notice of exemption will be filed for the project. There's no fiscal impact associated with the project. And with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution approving conditional use permit number 2025-26 as conditioned, and adopt the resolution approving variance number 2025-02 as conditioned. That does conclude my presentation. I do want to note that the applicant is in attendance today, should there be any questions directed towards them, as well as their project architect. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the commission have any comments or questions for staff? Comments for the applicant, what happened during the public hearing? Go ahead, Commissioner Leo.
Pedro, first of all, thanks for the memo. It's not only is it concise, but it's cumulative. It answers pretty much any questions that came up during the presentation. I think that if I were a neighbor, I'd probably want a building there, given how vacant it is and the issues of homelessness and other things. And since it appeared that the previous owner or the furniture store was not going to be replaced, I think this is a very good example of someone stepping forward to say, hey, I'm gonna take ownership of a piece of property and try to move it forward. So I do appreciate how you handled it. I can see that your wording was let's just say delicate in certain areas, but I appreciate you answering these. And if you haven't seen this, get a copy of it and read it, because it pretty much answers any questions that almost any neighborhood would have about a project. So thank you, Pedro.
Thank you, Commissioner Leo. Commissioner Oliva?
How do I get a copy of that?
Thank you, Commissioner Oliva. We're going to continue with comments from commissioners. Commissioner Wu?
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. My question is not necessarily to be negative, but the parking deficit is made up because they're using the parking spaces that's not being used by the village, right? And all the organizations there when they have their meetings and things like that, right?
Thank you, Commissioner. The parking deficit is made up because there's not sufficient site area on the project site to accommodate the required parking,
Right.
given the proposed seating, like congregation area. What is being done, though, is that they're entering into a shared parking agreement with adjacent properties to accommodate for that discrepancy. So while they can't meet the parking on site, they can meet it off-site adjacent to that village parking, where the opposing office hours allows for them to use it and not conflict with any other parking.
Yeah, and I understand that. My thinking is because of the nature of the Planned Parenthood and the nonprofit organization in the village and other organization there, there may be times where you are juggling for parking. I know I've been there in a circle around for a while, and then you hate to have to to go into the neighborhood. But that's something that doesn't happen on a regular basis. And your plan and your answer did talk about a parking management plan. So that's to be worked out, or it has been worked out, or do we need to mention it in our motion?
That's a good question, thank you. There is a draft parking management plan included as part of the parking study. However, staff felt that there needs to be additional information included, so we're recommending a condition of approval to provide a updated property or parking management plan prior to like occupancy.
Right. And also because of the nature of the building being on that corner, and it comes up to, it doesn't come up to the sidewalk. There is still is a sidewalk, but the church building exterior is designed in such a way, my concern is there a way of mitigating homeless people from camping out on the property there? I guess I'm trying to word it in a way that it doesn't seem punitive, but because all our businesses in the city might be impacted like that, but I'm wondering if they have specifically a plan to address that.
Thank you, Commissioner. That may be a better question directed to our applicant. As
Okay.
far as I know, there isn't any proposal to secure the site through fencing or anything like that. The setbacks are reduced, or there's less space for congregation, theoretically, within those spaces. So that, in combination with the landscaping design, hopefully it discourages any activity that's illicit.
Yeah, because, just driving by there at certain times of the hour, you do see people at the Planned Parenthood and some of the other businesses. So I just wanted to point that out, and I didn't know if we needed more questioning on that. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wu.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The summary in response to comments that was referenced by Commissioner Leo and Principal Planner Gomez is available here in front for members of the public that are in attendance tonight that wish to view that. It's also been posted to the website. So for those joining us virtually, it's on the city portal where you access the staff report and exhibits. It's also been posted to that as well.
So just point of clarification on that, if anybody joining from home right now went to our agenda and clicked on all of the attachments for this item, they would be able to find that memo we have in person, correct? Yes, okay, staff said yes. So anybody joining us online or via phone from home, please go refresh the agenda for tonight's meeting, click on this item, and you'll find that memo under the attachments. Thank you. Commissioner Pham.
Thank you, Chair. Pedro, just to confirm, the previous building that was destroyed by fire, it looks like the new church is essentially rebuilding on top of the existing footprint, right? And so, like for like, it's essentially the same building in terms of lot coverage, in terms of how it occupies the site.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, plus or minus some square footage, it's effectively the same because structurally it needed to be designed on top of the basement as it's the foundation for the building. In addition, it kind of respects that existing setback that was from the residences as to kind of not eat into additional area to then create noise concerns, lighting concerns. So that was very intentional as part of like this design and then staff comments too. So yes.
Then that's what I'm following up on is essentially the variance that we would be granting is to, if it was built per today's design standards, then there would be larger setbacks, but the previous building was built without variances in terms of landscaping. Is that correct?
That's correct. The previous building was also deficient in the same setbacks and landscaping. And actually, prior to the building being burnt down, they did complete the development project. The next step was to go through entitlements, which would have presented the Planning Commission an entirely different project. It would have entitled the existing office building for the use and entitled the variances as existing. So yes, you're correct. This new building doesn't create any new sort of deficiencies that weren't already there as part of the office building, but it is memorializing them as part of this approval. And it's, again, the site constraints being what they are, they can't accommodate the requirements for 15-foot setbacks on any of those.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to, especially to this specific project, because I know that structurally they have the basement, and so they need to kind of respect the structural boundary of the existing structure. On that, previously as a furniture store, were they deficient on parking as well? Because I know that retail might be more of a intense parking ratio than an assembly would.
That's a good question. I don't know the parking ratio for the furniture store and whether they had sufficient parking, but the use of a church on this site, whether it was existing.
I know the parking. It's two.
Thank you. As I was saying, the use of a church at this location, whether it was the old building or this new one, would have been deficient in parking no matter what, given the site constraints. But I'd have to get back to you on whether the previous use, the furniture, was satisfying parking for that use.
Okay, yeah, I think a little background that would be good, just to understand if that lot was deficient in parking previously, and that, you know, it looks like the applicant didn't overly enlarge the envelope of the building to take away any parking space that was originally proposed. Then it would make sense why we would be deficient in parking now. So I think a little color on that would be good. Doesn't need to be now, but you can follow up on an email. I think that
Of course,
would be sufficient.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Pham. Vice Chair Bellinger?
What is the capacity of the meeting area?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are you referring to just individuals?
Well, right now concern is with parking, but I'm just kind of curious of the assembly area. It's going to be a capacity number of people that's going to be allowed in there. What is that capacity?
Let me see if I can try to pull that information up. It is based on building occupancy, and within that office, or I guess within the building, there's different types of occupancies, offices being one, and then the assembly space being another. So let me see if I can pull that up as part of the compiled set of plans I have for you.
Yeah, because my point being is that if you have a congregation that's not that large, then the parking issue isn't going to be that large of an issue.
If this is something that I can't pull up, again, we do have the project architect available who designed the plans and might be able to better speak to the occupancy limits because they have to prepare occupancy designs for our building department.
Correct.
So,
Correct. Okay. That's all that I have, except I like to echo the Commissioner Leo that this is very nicely put together. And if I live in that area, I would want to see something developed on that site too. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bellinger. I have a few questions for staff. The first one is, has the city received any comments on this project from the neighboring property, Planned Parenthood?
we have not.
Thank you. And can you share more about how many parking spaces this site would be using from Planned Parenthood and how many from the village parking lot across the street?
Of course.
Thank you.
You just can bear with me while I pull up that information. Yes, but I think specifically 12 shared spaces at the Planned Parenthood site and 103 at the village.
Thank you. And I'm very familiar with the village parking lot. It is massive, so I trust that those 103 spaces would be available. Staff, do you have any concerns with this parking plan?
No.
Thank you. And I raise those because Councilwoman Lopez, who represents Ward 3, did reach out, just uplifting concerns. So glad to hear that those concerns are not held by staff. And can you please describe the noticing process for this project and any other project in the city?
Of course. There's legal noticing requirements that the city has to abide by within a 1,000-foot radius of the project site. And that includes measuring from each corner of a property, expanding out linearly. It creates a buffer, and that identifies an area of noticing. So that is the only legal requirement, and we also do on-site posting. The same notice that gets mailed out to property owners within the 1,000-foot radius gets posted on site. Beyond that, staff occasionally, depending on the type of project and its potential impacts to adjacent residences, does also reach out to neighborhood leaders, those that we have contact information for, to advise them on a potential project, the upcoming meeting, and the hopes is that information trickles down to its neighborhood and does exactly this, right? They show up and voice opinions either in favor or against. But that part of it is not a legal requirement. So, and the notices do have to go out before a specific timeline, and I think it's legally required 10 days prior to the public hearing. So there's plenty of time prior, accounting for mailing and all that stuff. So, and then newspaper deadlines as well.
Thank you. And just for the record, all of those noticing requirements were met for this project?
That's correct.
Thank you. And would you know when when the city staff notified the neighborhood leaders from both Mayberry Park and Portola Park? Thank you.
It was beyond the 10-day. I'll tell you exactly in just a minute.
Thank you.
That would have been the week of November 24th.
Thank you. So the neighborhood leaders were notified well beyond or earlier than when official notices were mailed out, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then if you can please remind us what the commission is to consider tonight when considering this item and what we're, based off exactly what are we to consider this item?
Yes, of course. So as kind of summarized in the memo, the commission is in receipt of comments that may have no relevancy to the land use decisions that the commission's making. So before you, there is a conditional use permit for the use itself. So in the professional zone, churches are permitted use with a conditional use permit. That means that the Planning Commission would have to analyze and evaluate the potential impacts associated with this, such as traffic, pedestrian circulation, hours of operation, lighting, noise, and decide whether this is a use that's appropriate in this location. In addition to that, there's a variance request that the applicant is submitting. That variance request is essentially stating that the required standards cannot be met due to some sort of unique site circumstance. So the staff report kind of summarizes that this is a smaller than usual lot for its zoning and location. And because of its existing conditions with the basement structure, the building cannot meet the same standards that another professional zone property could. So today, it would purely be a decision based on those two entitlements and then only related to land use consistency with the general plan and zoning consistency. That's all we're looking for.
And then my final question is on the operating hours. So I saw that those are for Friday through Sunday, 7 to 9. And I was wondering if those were proposed by city staff or if those were proposed by the applicant.
Those were proposed by the applicant. And as far as we understand, those are the service times that, like a service is happening. Different denominations have different names from, but it doesn't account for when the service is over, people kind of trickle out, they congregate a little bit before they get to their vehicles. So this isn't saying that everyone has to be out by 9 o'clock, it's just saying that the last service is at 9 o'clock. Or it ends at 9 o'clock. And so people trickling out probably leave to get to their cars by 9:15, 9:30. And on top of that, there's other administrative office uses and special events that could happen that are not within those hours.
Thank you. And then are these operating hours typical for churches and churches that we've considered? It just seems a bit more restrictive than what I remember in other similar projects that came to us.
Staff didn't have any say on the services that were being proposed in the hours or even the days. This was entirely from the applicant. So it is, I agree, it's a little unusual. Most services that we've seen are Sundays morning. Those are typically your peak time hours for religious facilities. But obviously that's not the rule. people can have services whenever they feel like their congregation needs to attend. And so while we don't set the hours, we did recommend that it be included as a condition of approval because it was kind of self-imposed by the applicant due to its adjacency to the residences to the north.
Okay, so if this commission wanted to expand those operation hours just so that it's less restrictive and the applicant was open to that, that's something we could do tonight.
Certainly.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions for staff. Do any other commissioners have questions or comments for staff at this time?
Yeah, I have a follow-up on the
Go ahead,
questions that
Commissioner
you
Wu.
raised. It seems like, based on the question that Commissioner Ramos was asking, in both the resolution for conditional use and the approving the variances, we are approving inconsistencies. But it seems that what staff is saying is that we are aware of these inconsistencies, but you're asking us to approve those inconsistencies based on your judgment that if we feel and deem that the location of the project warrant an okay to go with those inconsistencies, right?
In a sense. So as part of the variance request, we can't just decide that we're going to issue a variance. There has to be specific findings that have to be made, and those findings are site-specific. It can't be like a financial hardship. It's got to be something specifically about the site. I'll use kind of a really kind of simple example. Something topographically, there's a huge kind of slope that prevents someone from developing a lot the same way a neighbor who doesn't have a slope. Similar sized lot, but half of it is just not developable.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that I understood what you were saying,
Yes.
because throughout our term together, Commissioner Leo has stated that when we make a motion today, we got to remember what the impact will be in the future. And so I was asking about those inconsistencies along the line that we're just not making a special allowance for inconsistency for this particular project, but that these inconsistencies are just because of the difference between, as Commissioner Bowen pointed out, the difference between the previous usage and the usage of a church. And if we deem that the church can go there and should go there, and that their new design is okay, then the inconsistent with the previous resolution and variances is where the inconsistencies are. Did I get that right?
Yes, so your action today doesn't change zoning standards. It doesn't
Okay.
change anything like that. What it's saying is that this site cannot meet the development standards for X reasons, which are outlined in the staff report, and those are usually due to site restrictions. And that's okay because of, what the sort of findings that we've made. But
Thank
you
you.
have to actually vote on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments for staff at this time? I have, sorry, just one more. Would a special event that requires special permit and permission from the city be anything outside of the operating hours listed?
We wouldn't require any sort of like a land use certificate, which is typically the application would require, unless there's something proposed on the outside. Normal special events like a funeral, Sweet 16, a wedding, those are all part of these types of facilities, which is they're okay to be operating at this location without any sort of special considerations. What we've done as part of the conditions of approval is ask that they also be included as part of the parking management plan to identify that there will be sufficient parking whenever they have the special events. Because those special events likely would not be happening between 7 and 9 p.m. They could be happening earlier. There's no restrictions on those. But we want to provide assurances to the neighborhood and to staff that there will be sufficient parking on site, which is why we've included as part of the management plan. So if it's not already included in the shared parking agreement with adjacent sites, they're going to have to modify it.
Thank you. And if this commission wished to expand the operating hours, would that impact the parking management plan?
It likely could. The parking management plan looked at, I guess it depends on the hours, but the parking management plan looked at the idea that the peak hours for this use would be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday between 7 and 9, which are not typical peak times for this type of use. And what it did is say that the office uses along 17th Street, specifically Village, they're closed. So there is no need for parking for them. So if you were to say, expand the office hours, or I'm sorry, the church hours earlier, and the applicant agrees, and they want to hold services at 4 p.m., there could be conflicting parking issues at that time.
Thank you. And then on that, if we wanted to expand the hours for, let's say, Saturday and Sunday, where Sunday there typically is nothing happening in that Village parking lot, Saturday, very rare that there's things happening in that Village parking lot. I know I'm very familiar with it. If we wanted to give the applicant the opportunity to expand their operating hours for Saturday and Sunday when it's likely that that parking lot will be available, would that be possible? Would that be possible in knowing that it likely won't require any additional parking management plan because it would be the same conditions with that parking lot specifically?
It would be within your purview, and I think I would agree that it wouldn't change the sort of parking study, as the sort of conclusion would likely be the same. I can't say that definitively because I don't know the other uses. But if the parking is typically used for offices Monday through Friday, it's conceivable that on Saturday and Sundays there is no need for parking, and that this could be expanded for hours earlier than 7 p.m. So yes.
Thank you. And I just asked that because I know we've considered other churches, and I remember a church we specifically considered in West Santa Ana, I believe about a year ago, where we had concerns that some of the language may be a bit too restrictive, and we expanded that language to remove as many restrictions as possible. So I want to make sure we're applying that same type of treatment to all similar applicants. So thank you. If there's no other questions from the commission for staff at this time, we're now going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Would the applicant like to speak on the matter?
Directo. Muy buenas tardes, Presidenta Isuri, Ramos y distinguidos miembros de la comisión. Mi nombre es Pastor Lázaro Gómez. Estoy sirviendo como Project Manager para la construcción de nuestra iglesia cristiana, Rayo de Luz. Venimos con la humildad a presentar nuestro proyecto, el cual no es únicamente un esfuerzo religioso, sino también un compromiso directo al bienestar de nuestra comunidad de Santa Ana. Durante muchos años hemos estado establecidos en Santa Ana sirviendo y apoyando a familias, jóvenes y adultos. En unos instantes, nuestro pastor general, Laureano Carrera, estará compartiendo acerca de la labor y el impacto que ha ofrecido nuestra organización desde hace muchos años, a partir de 1984. Como iglesia hemos esperado este proyecto muchos años. Hemos trabajado arduamente, reuniendo fondos y avanzando paso a paso con responsabilidad. Presidenta Ramos y miembros del Consejo o Comisión, hoy venimos con esa humildad, valga la redundancia, pedir su apoyo para obtener el permiso de construcción. Necesitamos un lugar propio donde reunirnos después de movernos de un lugar a otro. Es necesario para nosotros tener un lugar estable. De corazón les pedimos que apoyen este proyecto tan importante que es para nuestra comunidad. Muchísimas gracias por su tiempo, bendiciones, y en un instante va a pasar mi pastor general, Senior Pastor Laureano Carrera.
Good afternoon, Chief Ramos and members of the commission. My name is Lázaro Alejandro Gomez. I'm a ordained pastor, and currently I serve as project manager for the construction of our church, Iglesia Cristiana Radio de Luz, a Radio de Luz Christian church. We come with humility to present our project, which is not only a religious effort, but also a direct compromise with the well-being of our community. For many years, we have been established in Santa Ana, serving and helping families, young people, and adults. In some time, our pastor, Laureano Carrera, will share the labor and impact that our organization has done since 1984. As a church, we have waited for this project for many years. We have worked arduously, we have worked really hard, collecting funds, improving everything, and going step by step with responsibility. Chief Ramos, members of the commission, today we come to you with humility to ask for your support to obtain the permit, the construction permit. We need our own place where we can gather. After moving from one place to the next, this building would be a real home for our whole congregation and for the families that seek help. With our full heart, we ask that you are in favor of this project that is so important for our community. Thank you very much for your time. Blessings to everybody.
Muy buenas noches a toda la Junta, a nuestra presidenta Ramos.
Good evening to the whole commission and our Chief Ramos.
A los que están con nosotros en esta Junta.
To everyone that's here in this meeting.
Mi nombre es Laureano Carrera y quiero comenzar presentando parte del cuerpo ministerial local que están con nosotros, pastores, ancianos, diáconos y algunos miembros, pocos que llegaron.
I want to start by introducing myself as well. My name is Pastor Lázaro Alejandro Laureano Carrera, disculpe. And I want to start by presenting all the members of the congregation.
Ya ve que hay un historial, una iglesia que se estableció en la ciudad de Santa Ana en el 84. Tenemos mucho que contar y Dios en su misericordia nos dio ese edificio con la visión de ser de bendición en el área espiritual, en lo humano y en lo social.
Since 1994, we have had a lot to talk about, a lot to say, and God in His mercy has given us His service and the vision to be able in the spiritual area to not only in the human area, but also spiritual area.
En lo espiritual, okay. Como les decía, ha sido un historial tremendo. Dios en el año 18 nos dio el edificio y nuestro deseo era remodelar el edificio, pero cuando ya nos habían cedido el permiso, teníamos todo para llevar a cabo, alguien nos hizo algo fuerte, se quemó toda la parte de arriba y de ahí seguimos batallando y no hemos querido, ¿verdad?, dejar, porque esto Dios nos lo puso en nuestro espíritu con el deseo de servirle a Él y a toda la ciudad de Santa Ana y Orange Country.
In 2018, it's been a crazy year. God provided us with a building, and the wish was to remodel the building, but at the same time, we had everything to get started with that. However, somebody did something very strong on us, very difficult, that made our life very difficult, and the whole upper part of the church was burnt, and we continued struggling, and we have not wanted to leave, right? Because God put us in our path, and our spirit is wanting to serve Him, and all the other cities as well. Santana, we're cry, and also it's very difficult to continue this way.
Así que con todo nuestro corazón hemos solicitado ese permiso y yo sé que ustedes son las autoridades que tienen, ¿verdad? Como decimos, la última palabra, ¿verdad? Y nosotros estamos en la mejor manera de ayudar a todos los que están alrededor de esa área y a todo Orange Country con todo nuestro corazón. Ese es nuestro deseo.
So we're here with our full heart. We have requested this permit, and I know that you guys are the authorities, that you guys are the last word. You guys have what it takes to make this work. And we want to find the best way to be able to help all of those that are around this area and all of those that are part of the congregation. And we want to make sure that we can help them in the best way that we can. So that's why we want to make sure that we get this permit so we can begin the building.
Y quiero terminar con esto, nada más el agradecimiento y gracias por escucharnos. Y está en Dios y en ustedes que nos soliciten ese permiso. Muchas gracias. Una buena noche.
So I wanted to end by thanking all of you guys and for listening and for providing us space to speak as well. And so thank you very much and God bless you.
También quiero tomarme el tiempo de agradecer a todo el staff de la ayuda, la comunicación, el detalle, de veras, qué excelente trabajo. Muchísimas gracias, de verdad. Estoy impresionado con todos ustedes. El responder los correos electrónicos es un privilegio, es un honor para nosotros que ustedes puedan comunicarse con todos nosotros. Muchísimas gracias. Yo mandé un correo electrónico, yo soy Lázaro, les mandé un correo directo a ustedes y con esa libertad de abrir nuestros corazones para que apoyen nuestro proyecto. Muchísimas gracias, de verdad.
I also wanted to take the time to thank you guys for your time and also for just commend you for the job that you're doing. At the same time, we're very impressed with all of you guys. We've sent you guys email. You guys have been great with the communications. My name is Lázaro. I sent each and every one of you an email. So thank you. I really, really appreciate you guys.
Thank you, gracias. If the applicant can sit at the front, si se puede quedar al frente, por si hay preguntas para usted, in case there are questions for the applicant.
Oh, sí, claro que sí. Yeah.
Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments for the applicant? Go ahead, Commissioner Leal.
There's been a, we're going to need the translator. There's been a lot of discussion about parking and shared parking. Would the applicant be amenable to a 6-month review by staff, by planning staff, just to make sure, once you're open and you've run your services and those things, to make sure that it's working for not only you, but the neighborhood as well, so there's no...
Muchísimas gracias, señor Chris Leo, por su pregunta. Excelente pregunta. Sí, estamos dispuestos que nos hagan un review después, porque no tenemos ningún problema. Hemos tenido un gran apoyo de los parqueaderos de enfrente, even Parenthood, es maravilloso, nos están apoyando también. No tenemos ningún problema que hagan ese tipo de reviews.
Okay.
Great question, Commissioner Ms. Chris Leo. Yes, we have no problem whatsoever with doing that. So we have had no issues with the neighbors and the adjacent parking. So anything that needs to be done, we'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leo. I have two questions. The first one, has the church developed a relationship with your neighbors, Planned Parenthood?
Parenthood, una bendición, la verdad. Ellos nos están apoyando, mandamos un request para que nos pudieran apoyar con parqueadero y nos dieron el parqueadero. Y sí, tenemos una relación con ellos, hemos estado en comunicación con ellos. Susi y yo nos mandó una carta que sí les podemos proveer los parqueaderos. Es maravilloso. Gracias.
Yes, in fact, we have a great relationship with them. They're a blessing at the end of the day, and we do have written permission from them that we can use their parking when needed. So, yeah, we have a great relationship with them.
Thank you for sharing that. I asked because one of the comments, I think there were concerns, so I'm happy to hear that there's a great relationship being developed. And then my second question is on your operating hours, which right now are from 7 to 9, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. In my opinion, they feel a little bit restricted in comparison to other churches we've considered. So I'm curious if you would like this commission to consider expanding those hours of operation.
Los horarios que tenemos de viernes, sábado y domingo, de 7 de la noche a 9 de la noche, lo tomamos en consideración por los vecinos. Nuestro ingeniero de tráfico hizo los cálculos. Casi la mayoría de los negocios están cerrados. No va a causar ningún conflicto con respecto a los horarios de servicio.
Thank you for your question. So our traffic engineer actually made all the calculations. And at the time that we're open, in fact, most of the adjacent businesses are closed. So there should not be any issues with parking at that time.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I'm not concerned with your existing operating hours. I would like to know if you would like them to be expanded. So for example, perhaps on Friday from 6 to 9, and perhaps on Saturday and Sunday from 7 or 8 a.m. until 9 p.m. to give you the flexibility in the case that you ever choose to have a morning service. I wouldn't want you all to have to come back. And all this conditional that it works with the existing parking management plan so that the neighborhood isn't negatively impacted.
Presidenta Ramos, excelente pregunta. Por el momento es la propuesta que tenemos ahorita. Quizá en un futuro pidamos una diferente tiempo, pero estamos seguros en el horario que tenemos ahorita para que no interrumpa a nuestros vecinos. ¿Sí contesta la pregunta?
Sí, yes. If I make a recommendation to expand the hours, are you okay with that?
Sí, claro que sí, con mucho gusto.
Thank you.
Estoy muy nervioso.
No, thank you. That's a question for you because, yes, but again, my recommendation would be with the condition that it works with the parking management plan to ensure that it is not negatively impacting parking in the neighborhood. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Vice Chair Benninger.
Go back to the size of your congregation. How many people are there in your congregation?
Me encantaría que mi pastor general pudiera presentar acá y viniera, Pastor Laureano.
I'd like for my pastor, Pastor Adrian, to come and answer that question for you.
Mire, por el momento somos pocos. ¿Ve?
At the moment, there's just a few of us.
Una cantidad, póngale ahorita, por el momento somos unos 80. ¿Ok?
Say we're about 80 right now.
Thank you. And I think the point I want to make is this whole issue of parking, when you have that small of a congregation, doesn't matter on it. So,
Okay.
yes, yes, on it.
Okay, God bless you. God bless
Also, this question on design of the building,
Okay.
are the,
Oh, okay.
is the architect here to discuss
Yeah,
it?
an architect is here.
Good.
Yeah, just a moment.
Apologies. I couldn't hear the number.
The number was 80.
Yes, regarding the design of the building.
Yes, my question here. I very much appreciate the design. I like your design.
Thank you.
Are the windows that are be facing Wright Street, are they going to be clear windows so people can see in and see out?
So on Wright Street, we've designed the windows of fenestration in such a way that it doesn't provide, continuous view into the building, but rather the design of fenestration is such that it's a vertical element spaced at intervals, so that when you're traversing Wright Street, you get glimpse into the building.
Good. So they're not going to be frosted over. You're going to be able to get light in as well as see in.
If necessary, yes.
I think that's fine. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pham.
Yes. While you're here, I noticed, and this might be just a preliminary site plan, were you required to install EV capable parking stalls?
We were not requested at that stage of the design back then to provide EV parking. But if the current code obviously, requires provision,
Right.
then we could certainly do that.
Okay. Maybe it'll be a question, we'll have a follow-up with Pedro, just so that you adequately plan for, because most of your parking is off-site, but if you are required to have EV-capable stalls, then you might need to.
Obviously, we
Right.
provide it on site.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pham. And I'll just note, Commissioner Pham, the Rove charging area station is like less than half a mile away. Are there any other questions or comments for the applicant from the commission at this time? Seeing that there are none, we can go ahead and move on to public comments. Recording Secretary, have we received any written communication, or is there a member of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Chair, we have received a total of 15 emails in the form of public comments for this item before the 3:30 p.m. deadline, which has been distributed to the commission and posted online. If you are attending this meeting in person and would like to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak form and turn it into the secretary. If you are participating via Zoom and would like to comment on this item, please select the hand icon to indicate that you would like to speak. If you are calling in and would like to comment on this item, please dial 9 and then 6 to unmute yourself. I will wait a few seconds. Chair, we have 12 public speakers in-house. Sorry, correction. It will be 13 public speakers in-house. And we currently also have 3 speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. Can we please have Ashley Pacheco come forward to provide their comment? That's fine, or maybe the next one. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, dear Chair Ramos and members of the Commission. My name is Ashley Pacheco, and I'm a young member of Iglesia Cristiana Rayo de Luz. I have been a part of the church actually for my entire life, and it has had a profound positive impact In the past, I did feel lost and uncertain, but however, as the years have passed, I have become an active member of our worship team ministry and youth group. These experiences have not only helped me grow spiritually and emotionally, but have also instilled in me a sense of purpose and community. Our church's mission is to provide a safe haven of hope and support to those in need. To continue this mission, we are seeking approval for the construction of a church building. This will provide a stable place for our home church. We would be grateful if you would consider our request to approve the construction permit. Your support would be instrumental in helping us fulfill our mission and to continue to make a positive difference in the lives of our congregation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call the next 3 speakers so we can have people ready and in queue. Bernice Sagal, Deborah Pacheco, and Nimsi Sagal.
Good evening, Chair Ramos and Commission members. My name is Berenice Sagal, and I am a young resident of Santa Ana and a member of Iglesia Cristiana Rayo de Luz. This church has been a safe place for me, guiding me to focus on my education and faith. It has kept me away from harmful influences and has surrounded me with people who encourage me to grow with discipline and responsibility. I also serve in the music ministry, where playing and singing for God has taught me dedication, teamwork, and the joy of serving God. This ministry has given me purpose and helped me stay on the right path. For years, our congregation has moved from place to place. I respectfully ask for your support in approving our building permit so that we may finally have a stable home where young people like me can continue to thrive and serve. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Chair Ramos and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Deborah Pacheco. I live in Riverside and I commute to Santa Ana to attend my home church since birth, Iglesia Cristiana Rayo de Luz. As a member of my church, the youth group, and the worship ministry have helped me with many adversities I've faced in my life. Please help us by approving the permit so the church can continue helping youth like myself. Thank you sincerely.
Good evening, Chair Ramos and members of the Commission. My name is Nimsi Zagal, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Ana. I have attended this church since birth, and it has profoundly shaped my life and the lives of many others in our community. This place has always been a safe haven, a place where young people can grow, learn, and be protected from the dangers that often surround us in the city. Without it, many of us would be vulnerable to negative influences. Within these walls, we find a place to pray, worship, and learn values that strengthen both our character and our community. Personally, I serve in the music ministry every week. This role has helped me remain focused, disciplined, and centered while allowing me to use my talents to worship God. For as long as I can remember, our congregation has never had a permanent home. We have worked tirelessly for years, fundraising and sacrificing with the hope of finally establishing a building of our own. I respectfully ask you to support in approving the construction permit for this project. This building is not just a structure, it represents stability, growth, and the continuation of a ministry that uplifts and protects countless lives in Santa Ana. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to our community. God bless you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next 3, Damian, Sonia Gallardo, Mario Pacheco.
Buenas noches a la presidenta Ramos y a los comisionados. Mi nombre es Damián García.
Good evening to President Ramos and the commissioners.
Vivo en la ciudad de Santa Ana.
My name is Ivan Garcia. I live in the city of Santa Ana.
Tengo algunos 24 años perteneciendo a la iglesia.
I've been a member of the church for 24 years.
Salimos a compartir la palabra de Dios a la gente necesitada
To spread the word of God to the people that need it.
y hemos sido de bendición para aquellos que han abrido su corazón a Dios.
blessings for people that have opened their hearts to God.
Les pedimos su apoyo
We ask for your support,
para ese permiso de construcción
that construction permit,
y Dios les agradecerá.
and God will thank you.
Gracias a todos.
Thanks to all of you.
Dios les bendiga.
May God bless you all. Oh, sure, of course.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta Isuri Ramos y comisión, ¿verdad? Miembros de este momento en el cual, ¿verdad? Damos testimonio de lo que Dios ha hecho en nuestras vidas.
Okay, good evening, President Ramos, and to this commission. We're here to give testimony of what God has done in our lives.
El propósito de estar aquí es precisamente mostrando, ¿verdad? El interés que tenemos, ¿verdad? Por obtener, ¿verdad?
The purpose of being here is to show the motive to
Para
obtain,
poder obtener, ¿verdad? Ese permiso que estamos emocionados hoy más que nunca, ¿verdad? De llegar hasta donde estamos.
to get that permit. We're really excited now more than ever to get to where we've gotten.
La razón es de la emoción porque ciertamente yo llegué como las jóvenes que acaban de pasar a esa congregación.
Okay, the reason of the excitement is that I got to the congregation like those young people that just came forward.
Siendo un joven que iba rápidamente desubicado en la vida,
Being a young man that was quickly going down the wrong path in life,
pero gracias a esa congregación que me acogió y me dio la oportunidad de ser partícipe hasta el día de hoy y como miembro de la congregación y pastor de la misma.
but thank goodness for the church that took me
deseamos,
on
¿verdad?
and let me be a member and a pastor.
Deseamos, ¿verdad? De la misma manera que nos pudieran dar la oportunidad a través de la razón de estar aquí, que nos puedan conceder ese permiso, ¿verdad? Ya que para nosotros es muy importante.
And we're hoping that you can grant us that permit because it's very important for us.
Y el deseo siempre será, ¿verdad?, servir a la comunidad.
And the wish is always going to be to serve the community.
Aunque les voy a decir algo, yo no vivo en la ciudad de Santa Ana, pero duré muchos años viviendo en Santa Ana.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't live in the city of Santana, but I lived in Santana for many years.
Encuentro y sé la problemática, ¿verdad?, de las áreas aún donde he vivido y es la realidad, el por qué deseamos este permiso para poder ayudar a los más vulnerables.
I know the problematic nature of the areas where I've lived, and that's why we are wanting this permit to be able to help the most vulnerable.
Así que de la misma manera, ¿verdad?, me uno al agradecimiento por escucharnos, ¿verdad? Y por qué no decirlo, ser partícipes, porque la Biblia nos demanda
And in the same way, I'm adding to that I'm also grateful and also to be participants because the Bible demands of us.
Quisiera decir algo lo que la Biblia nos dice en razón de cada uno de ustedes.
I want to say something that the Bible tells us for each one of you.
La Biblia dice que oremos
The
por
Bible
los
says
príncipes, por los reyes, los gobernadores de la tierra.
the Bible says to pray for the princes, the kings, and the people that govern the earth,
Y todos aquellos que representan, ¿verdad?, lo que son los gobiernos.
and all of those who represent government.
Y estamos orando por ustedes.
And we're praying for you.
Gracias, Dios les bendiga.
Thank you, and may God bless you.
I would like to make a quick comment. Just a little reminder, public speakers, if you can please state your name before providing your public comment. Sí, por favor, pueden dar su nombre antes de comenzar su comentario para todos los comentarios que van a ser públicos. Gracias.
Perfecto. Muy buenas noches, señorita Ramos y todo el miembro del comité.
Good evening, President Ramos and all the members of the committee.
Mi nombre es Sonia Gallardo.
My name is Sonia Gallardo.
Tengo casi 30 años viviendo en la ciudad de Santana, para ser exacta, 29 años con 10 meses.
I've been living in the city of Santana for almost 30
30
years. To be exact, it's been 29 years.
10 months.
With 10 months.
10 months. De esos años que vivo en Santana, 28 años congregándome en la Iglesia Cristiana Rayo de Luz.
For those years of living in Santana, I've been 28, congregating with Iglesia Cristiana Rayo de Luz.
Y gracias a Dios, quiero decirles que cuando llegué, yo llegué con una familia fracturada.
And thank God, I want to let you guys know that when I got there, I had a broken family.
Pero gracias a Dios, los que están sirviendo como Pastor Laureano desde ese tiempo,
But thank God, the people that are serving as pastors since that time,
tuvieron tiempo los líderes para darnos asesoría, consejería.
the leaders had time to give us counseling.
Y no solamente consejería, sino he tenido una restauración emocional.
Not just counseling, but an emotional restoration.
Porque no es solamente hablando la parte espiritual, que es demasiado importante,
I'm not only talking about the spiritual part, which is very important,
hablando de la espiritualidad, cuando te forman para bien en consejería sana, cuando te forman
speaking spiritually when with healthy counseling.
Cuando tienes consejería sana, tú puedes también tener una transformación, como dije, emocional.
When you have healthy counseling, you can also have an emotional transformation.
Mis 3 hijos estuvieron en la iglesia desde pequeños.
My 3 children were in the church since they were very young.
Eso nos permitió tener un crecimiento familiar muy diferente.
That allowed us to have a very different family growth.
Y ahora le doy las gracias a Dios primeramente.
And first, I thank the Lord
porque soy parte del liderazgo.
because I'm part of the leadership.
Y como parte del liderazgo,
And as part of that leadership,
ahora quiero tender esa mano como a mí me la tendieron al llegar a la congregación.
I want to extend my hand like it was extended to me when I got to that congregation.
Por esa razón, les suplico con todo mi corazón que en ustedes está
Due to that reason, I beg you from the bottom of my heart,
la decisión de cumplir un sueño.
the decision to fulfill a dream,
Un sueño que hemos tenido por años de tener un lugar propio.
a dream that we've had for years of having our own place,
Para seguir sirviendo
to continue serving
como a nosotros nos sirvieron en su tiempo de necesidad.
like we were served when we were in a time of need.
Ahora yo sé que están hablando los parquederos, pero quiero decirles, como buenas matemáticas, a veces vamos familias de 5 en un solo carro.
I know you're talking about parking, but I want to let you know that sometimes, just doing the math, sometimes it's families of 5 in one single car.
Y hay personas también adultas que no pueden manejar con condiciones especiales que también se les lleva a la iglesia.
And there's also adult people that can't drive because of special conditions, and they are brought to the church.
Y no estoy copiando la frase que dijo Pastor Laureano, sino nació de mi corazón decirlo.
I'm not copying what the Pastor Laureano said. It's coming from my heart to say it.
En Dios y en ustedes está ese proyecto.
It's up to God and you. For that project is up to you guys and God.
Por último,
And lastly,
quiero decirles
I want to let you know,
que si una sola vida se transforma,
if only one life is transformed,
se transforma una comunidad,
a whole community is transformed.
se transforma una familia.
A family is transformed.
Y esa transformación impacta para bien a otras personas.
And that transformation impacts other people for the better.
De todo mi corazón,
From the bottom of my heart,
gracias por escucharme y darme esta oportunidad.
thank you for listening to me and giving me this opportunity.
Que Dios les bendiga
May God bless you
y bendiciones mil.
and blessings.
Thank you. I'm now going to call the next 3. Pablo Sion Gomez, Ruth Garcia.
Ok. Buenas tardes a los miembros de la comisión
Good afternoon, members of the committee,
y a todos los que nos honran con su presencia.
and everyone that blessed us with their presence.
He venido a este lugar porque, verdad, estoy muy agradecido de que Dios haya cambiado mi vida en primer lugar.
I've come to this place because, first of all, I'm very thankful that God has changed my life in the first place.
Al mismo tiempo, quiero comentarles algo de lo que he podido trabajar en la congregación donde yo me congrego.
At the same time, I want to mention something that I've been working on at the congregation that I go to.
Sí, yo llegué en el año 2000 a esta congregación.
I arrived in the year 2000 to this congregation.
Y ahora bien, tuve la oportunidad y tengo la oportunidad de poder trabajar con niños.
And now I haven't had the chance to work with kids.
Gracias a Dios que me ha dado la sabiduría para poder trabajar con ellos. Sé que no es nada fácil.
God has given me the wisdom to work with them because, as you know, it's not easy at all.
Pero es una bendición porque sabemos que los tiempos son difíciles.
But it's a blessing because we know times are difficult.
Pero en medio de estos tiempos difíciles, Dios le da la sabiduría al hombre para poder, ¿verdad?, trabajar con esos niños que por una o X razón tienen esa necesidad del amor de Cristo.
But for X or Y reason, God has given us the opportunity to work with these kids that for whatever reason have these needs.
Ahora bien, aquí las jovencitas que pasaron, precisamente, yo he sido uno de los maestros que les hemos compartido esas clases, ¿verdad?, de cuál es el amor de Dios.
The young ladies that were here earlier, I'm one of those teachers that have shared with them the love of God.
Y pues nos sentimos contentos, como me imagino que ustedes también, ¿verdad?, como miembros de la comisión y como todo padre de familia, ¿verdad?, que quisiera que nuestros hijos crecieran en ese amor para el prójimo.
And as you guys know, as members of the commission, and in general, as parents in general, we want our kids to grow with that love for each other.
Bueno, de antemano, ¿verdad?, yo soy muy poco para hablar. Yo les doy gracias a ustedes, ¿verdad?, porque han tenido nos han dado esa oportunidad de poder venir a expresar, ¿verdad?, nuestro agradecimiento al respecto de ese edificio que tanto lo estamos esperando. Como ustedes, ¿verdad?, como dijera yo, hemos pasado unas situaciones difíciles, como dijeron los demás hermanos, con los niños. A veces aquí se tiene un poquito de frío, aire, porque a veces como el edificio donde estamos, como no hay ¿verdad?, no hay un lugar específico para que nuestros niños se sientan cómodos.
So with the current building, there's not a specific place that they can feel comfortable. It's cold, it's not an ideal place for them. So we're just very happy that we're here trying to get what we need to get in order to provide for them what they want and what they need.
Antemano, muchas gracias y perdón porque no me identifiqué, ¿verdad?, con mi nombre. Así es que mi nombre es Pablo Cobos y vivo en la ciudad de Anaheim, pero yo me crié aquí en Santa Ana por muchos años.
And again, sorry I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. My name is Pablo Cobos. I currently live in Anaheim, but I grew up here in Santa Ana.
Bendiciones. Dios los bendiga.
God bless you.
Gracias.
Good evening, Chair Ramos. I can't read that, I'm sorry. Planning Commission, my name is Zion Gomez, a young resident from Santa Ana. Iglesia Cristiana Rayo de Luz is a second home to me. I attended the English Youth Bible Studies, which helped me gain knowledge and values for my life. This place is where I feel accepted, supported, and by other youth. Please support our church project. It would mean so much to me. to have your support. We really need the permanent building for our church. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ruth Garcia. Good evening, Chair Ramos and the Planning Commission. I am a resident of Santa Ana, where I've been raised my whole life. Iglesia Cristiana Rayo de Luz is my mother church. I spent my youth attending all church-related activities that I could. I know for a fact that congregating at Rayo de Luz has helped me tremendously. I don't know where I would be without the help of my mother church during my very difficult teen years. Being able to attend my church helped me make sound choices as a youth, and I could not be more grateful. Now, as a mother and wife, I have the privilege to see my own son participate in youth Bible studies. It is my privilege to serve as a leader and a member of the church board at Rayo de Luz, but it is even a greater privilege to see the young people that I once knew as babies continue to grow up in our mother church. Some of them were here today asking for your support, the very same ones that now I have the privilege to lead and minister with. From generation to generation, Iglesia Cristiana de Rayo de Luz has impacted many lives. Your support means we will no longer have to wonder where we will rent from year to year. As we have done since our church was established many years ago. Your support means the worship team will no longer assemble and take apart instruments for every service. Your support means no more abrupt canceled services. Your support means the ushers don't have to carry the cleaning supplies in and out of their cars. Your support means a place for us to physically call home for our mother church. Your support means that maybe youths just like me might have the opportunity to find what I found, peace and support that I very much needed. I appreciate your time and ask for your support by approving the permits so that we can finally build our church in the city where we have been established for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call up the final four: Beatriz Mendoza, Joaquin Cruz, Sal Ceja, and Miranda Gomez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sal Ceja. I'm a resident. I live in the Portola Park neighborhood, which is directly to the north of the site. I will add that I'm also an architect in both California, New York, and Oregon, and I did read through all the documentation provided. I have to say this is a very rushed process. Notifications, and it's been noted already by somebody else, were sent out. If it was 10 days ago, they weren't received until Wednesday evening. So that puts it in our hands, the residents, for 3 business days. That is not enough time. When I saw the letter on Friday and I reached out to my neighbors, they were not aware of this. So I think this process is being rushed. Now, the church itself, there was no option for, am I neutral to it? I don't think I saw it, but I'm not against it. I just think this is being rushed. There's a lot of selective inconsistencies, and I think all of us are sort of feeling them. We can hear them, but we're just not identifying them correctly. Because although there's wonderful people here from the church, and they're very lovely, there's also the story of the neighborhood and the people that, my neighbors that live behind the space. All wonderful people as well. So today I'd like to speak for them, right? So as an architect, the floor plan, and Pedro Gomez, I believe is your name, sir? There is a floor plan design that doesn't have fixed seating. So Vice Chair Carl, Mr. Benninger, I think you've picked up on the fact that if there's 80 individuals in the church, why isn't there any fixed seating, right? So the space is rather large. You can throw a 300, 400 people wedding in that space. Also, the parking agreement isn't figured out yet, right? And I read the parking study very closely. And I believe that the church has been advised to stick with 7 and 9 p.m. hours because that is really the only time that it works. It doesn't look like there's other times that work because if they have 30-some parking stalls on site, 20-something are underground, and those are dedicated to staff. There's only 10 surface parking on site. So if you look at the floor plan, there's a conference space, there's a big open, center of the church. I'm hearing weddings, I'm hearing conferences, I'm hearing Bible studies, all these things that are not going to happen from 7 to 9. They're going to happen throughout the day, they're going to happen throughout the week, and the impact is going to be on the residential neighborhood, right? The other thing I'd like to note and put into the record is I read through the entire memorandum, and you saw me come up here and get it last minute. It is actually more selective inconsistencies, almost as if though it's been very selective, because I myself submitted some comments that aren't on here. So what I'd like to propose, again, not against the church, is we want the right church, we want meaning them, but with the right design. I'm not saying not them. We want the right design, we want the right planning, we want to make sure that it works, because there is no agreement for the parking study that says they have the right to use those parkings. It's all been sort of hand waving and handshakes according to what I've heard today.
So you're at 3 minutes, so you could wrap it up. Thank you.
I've got 23 seconds according to the timer, correct?
You're over.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that. I just, again, the neighborhood welcomes them. I just really want us to have the right design for the church, the right planning, because there are major concerns that the residential parking is going to be affected. And I don't want them to come in and then have conflict down the road. That's not the right start to a church in the neighborhood, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Planning Commissioners. I'm very happy to be here. I am a former Planning Commissioner for the City of Santa Ana, very familiar with the City of Santa Ana. I appreciate the staff and the great work they did informing us business owners around the neighborhood, including the residents. I have a business at 1850 East 17th Street. If you know the area, it's Cabrillo Park and 17th Street. This is the church that I went to when I was a kid. And by the way, I know a lot of these members, a lot of them don't drive. My mom never learned how to drive. My father passed away in a car accident. She never wanted to drive. So a lot of these church members do not drive to the church. Therefore, they're not going to park there. I want to ask for your support because, where I grew up, it's Meany Street. Meany Street is a very hard place to have lived if you look at the census. And according to the statistics, I should have been a drug addict, a gang member, or a prostitute. But I was neither one. I was none of that because the church and my faith and all the leaders that you see here, I know them since I was little. I started going to the church when I was 8 years old. So the church did a lot for me, for my life. I graduated from UCLA. I am currently in a law class, gonna pursue a law degree. And I just want to ask for your support because, like I said, the church did a lot for me and for my children. My children went to St. Joseph School. They went to Santiago Elementary, and my youngest is now at Seagresham High School. And I'm just here to ask for your support because I think that, while I'm not a member now, my mom is and my sister is, I know that the church has done a lot of great things for the community. And I think there were some comments, I'm not 100% sure, but saying that we do not need another Hispanic church. Well, when have you heard us say we don't need another white church or Muslim church or English-speaking church? That is not fair and that is discriminatory. So thank you again for all your hard work. I know that you have a lot of reading to do, a lot of homework as I served on the Planning Commission myself. And the previous speaker, I don't know how long he has lived here, but I can tell you that a lot of these people have lived here for over 30 years. And me personally, I have lived here for 45 years. So I ask for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I guess my speech is going to be the shortest. My name is Joaquin Cruz. 1201 West Pine Street is my current location and a new homeowner at Washington Square. My children attend Santiago Elementary School. And I have known Rayo de la Luz for a little over
20 years, 22 years to be exact. And they've done many good things in our community. And I'm a business owner here in Santa Ana for about 30 years and 8 months now. And I'm here to support them. I want to support their project, and I hope you support it as well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Que Dios les bendiga a todos. Mi nombre es Miranda Otilia Gómez. Yo me convertí en el 80.
My name is Yolanda Otilia Gomez.
Miranda Otilia Gómez.
Miranda Otilia Gomez. I converted in 1980.
Me convertí en el 80 a Cristo y desde entonces estoy trabajando en la obra.
And I've been working since.
En la trayectoria que hemos tenido trabajando, hemos pasado momentos muy difíciles.
We've gone through very difficult times.
A veces los tocaba dar las predicaciones o trabajar debajo de árboles.
Sometimes we had to preach under trees.
Y también a veces en casas,
Sometimes at people's houses.
porque no teníamos lugar a donde congregarlos.
Because we had nowhere to congregate.
Y eso, pues hemos caminado con que de veramente el Espíritu, Dios los ha ayudado a seguir adelante.
And God has really helped us push forward.
Para estar hasta estos momentos en este lugar.
So that we're here today.
Y por eso pedimos el apoyo de ustedes.
And that's why today we're asking for your support.
De ese lugar. Y he estado pastoreo allí con todos los pastores, estamos juntos.
And all the pastors are there together, and for this place, we're aiming for that.
Orando por el pueblo de Dios y orando por todas las autoridades, que el Señor los ayude y que los guarde.
Praying for God's children, praying for the authorities, hoping that God blesses you all.
Y eso es lo que yo les puedo decir en esta noche. Amén. Y que el Señor les bendiga grandemente.
So that's what I can say tonight. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person public speakers. Recording secretary, can we go to our online speakers now? Thank you.
Mike, if you can please unmute yourself, we're ready for your public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Chair Ramos and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Mike Tardif. I'm writing as a longtime resident of this neighborhood, 50 years, to express my general support for the proposed new church. That site has been blighted since the previous structure was destroyed by fire. And many years before that even, it was in very bad shape, dilapidated. A new place of worship would be a welcome improvement to the area. While I support the project, I do have some concerns related to pedestrian safety and traffic operations that I respectfully ask the commission to address. Pedestrian safety and marked crosswalks. To walk between the office building parking lot, which is on 18th Street, the church attendees will need to cross Wright Street and possibly 18th Street. I recommend that, although I realize that crosswalks have been addressed, I heard it discussed earlier, I recommend that high visibility marked crosswalks with advanced yield markings and signage be installed on both streets at that intersection. These improvements would significantly enhance pedestrian safety for the church attendees and everyone else. Then again, there's a left turn when you're driving from southbound Wright Street to eastbound 17th Street when you're turning left from Wright onto eastbound 17th Street. For many years of driving this intersection, I can attest that this is a very difficult and potentially dangerous maneuver. Sight distance to the east is severely restricted by electric poles and trees, while traffic on 17th Street routinely travels at a very high speed. Instant installation of traffic signals here would mitigate a serious collision risk for the church, attendees, residents, and the charter school and church on the other side of 17th Street, on the south side of 17th Street. So thank you for considering my comments. Again, this is Mike Tardif, neighborhood resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next online is going to be Nikki R. We're ready for you.
Hi, my name's Nicole Ryan, better known as Nikki, and I have been a resident of this neighborhood for 45 years. My parents owned the house before me. I want to congratulate the church on all the work that they've done in the past, but I have major concerns. And one of them is the traffic on 17th. Whether it's going east or west is constantly at a higher speed than the signal or than the signs allow. We already have a high school that was built, I would say within the last 5 years. I might be a little bit off, it might be a little over 5 years, on the corner. And we were told that those students would not be allowed to drive, that they would follow all of the street traffic signs that were there. We ended up, I know several neighborhoods surrounding that area have ended up having to end in permit parking. The cops don't come and check it. Parking safety doesn't come and check it. We have kids from the high school parking on streets. We have parents speeding, to the fact that next to in between the high school and the church on the corner, they have had to add high cones with reflective matter because they're double parking and they are speeding down the lanes. I used to be able to play outside as a kid. I can't let my nieces or my children in the front yard due to traffic safety. And this is not just first thing in the morning. This is all day long. There are times that there are motorcycles speeding through at 9 p.m. And there's never a problem. There are not enough cops to go around, and there are definitely never enough cops in this particular neighborhood for this area. There have been several accidents because people are speeding down 17th. Also, like Mr. Tardif mentioned, if you're going from north to south on right and you're crossing 17th for any reason, you cannot see, because of the telephone poles and the electricity poles that basically block your side of view to be able to pull out safely. It is the fact that we are now using signals and going out of our way to use signals a block to 2 blocks down because of the accident rates that are happening. Second thing, within the 1,000 feet radius on this map that you guys sent out, that you notified, there is 2 churches across the street from this catty corner, from this parking. There is one church on the corner, and then the other church that used to own the property is now a Jewish day school. They operate on Sunday. We have traffic nonstop. It is to the fact that they now lock up their parking lots so that the high school students do not park there. There are multiple issues with this area and with what's going on. We have, like I said, the high school students shouldn't be parking. They're parking right outside the area. We have apartments that are now parking up and down the streets that are not permitted because they have nowhere to park. It has become so crowded and it's not safe. I agree that that area needs to have something done with it. We have several areas next to us that need to have something done with it, like the old Food for Less lot. However, it is important that we have the right partner. We have had handshake deals with the high school that said that you guys approved, saying, oh, we won't let our students ever park here. And yet we are still having problems this many years later because of a handshake deal. longtime residents live around this area, and more are moving out because of the congestion, because of the things that are going on in Santa Ana. And I do
Hi,
understand.
can you please wrap up your comment? You're nearly a minute over. Thank you.
Sorry. I do understand that, but it feels like it's being pushed through and rushed through without thinking about what's within that 1,000 feet, let alone what's right outside that 1,000 feet, which is many churches. And that's it.
Thank you for your comment.
As much as I can say.
Our last speaker is Ms. Amy C. Anderson. We are ready for you.
I doubt that you're ready for me, but thank you for your service, council people. I know that you are underappreciated, and I know that your work is important, but you didn't give enough notice to the people in the neighborhood. To this moment, I was finally told in your meeting that there are supposedly only 80 members of the congregation. I still have no idea how many people can fit in that building. That makes a huge difference because that determines how many cars and how many people will be coming there. But the other thing is the times that that building is used is not limited to when they regularly schedule services. It's determined by how many times they rent out their building for a quinceañera, how many funerals, how many weddings they hold. Those all bring traffic in and out of the neighborhood. If you have had the misfortune of living in that neighborhood, near and adjacent to Muir Fundamental, you know that you cannot get in or out of that neighborhood when school drops off and when school lets out. And the first week of school, heaven help you, because nobody knows what they're doing. No one knows the drill. And the problem with the church, if you have a lot of traffic through there, the regularly scheduled night events aren't really the problem. It's all of the churches. It's all of the weddings. It's all of the funerals. It's all of the events that bring in a whole bunch of people that pack the space who have no idea where they're supposed to go, where they're not supposed to park, what they're not supposed to do. But at least thank you, lady in the red coat, for actually addressing the parking issue, because she's really the only one of the church that's tried to address it. But I still don't know what the maximum capacity of this structure is. And I don't particularly care for churches, but I don't care if that church is developed into a lot. I just want to make sure they have enough parking and they're not going to ruin my neighborhood. So far, I hear some people on the council being concerned about the parking and how it impacts the residents and the people that live there. By the way, I did buy my house. I do own it. I have lived here for 24 years. I've seen a few things, but I don't see that anybody's really addressed it. And I don't see that the proposed solution to what there clearly is a parking problem has actually been addressed. And certainly it hasn't been addressed and put forward for the public to actually review and comment on. My request is that this matter be continued at least until the next planning meeting, and that adequate time and adequate information be provided to the public about the types of uses, about the capacity of the building, the public's ability to actually review the alleged parking agreements that are supposed to be in place. It also gives time for me to reach out to my neighbors and their caregivers. I know at least 2 that have dementia that have caregivers. They haven't had a chance to get their information through to the people that have power of attorney and have the ability to speak on their behalf.
Hi, I'm sorry. You're nearly a minute over.
My
If you
time's
can
over.
please wrap up your comment. Thank you.
Yeah, my time's over.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much for my interruptions. It was very difficult to hear some of your speakers and some of the answers.
Recording Secretary, are there any additional individuals wishing to make public comment online?
Chair, we do not have any more public speakers online and in person.
Thank you. Do we have any final questions for the applicant before I close the public hearing from the commission? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. We can now discuss the item or take a motion to approve this matter. Commissioner Pham.
I think that Commissioner Leo's recommendation about the 6-month assessment is very good to address at least speculation about parking problems. But before that, I was hoping if Pedro can outline what an assessment would, on a high level, so that I know there's a lot of church members who are present and a lot of leadership that are present. So I want everyone to hear what the assessment on a high level would mean, so that you understand what you will be agreeing to and being assessed of, so that we understand we are all in agreement about how we will conduct ourselves if the project is approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Pham. And actually, before I take before we entertain additional discussion from the commission, I moved a little bit quickly, and I did not give the applicant an opportunity to make any final comments or to respond to anything raised during the public comment time. So you can do that now if you'd like.
Okay, Carlos, do we need to reopen the public hearing?
Yes, please.
And that requires a formal vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody like to move to open the public hearing? To give the applicant the opportunity?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Leo, we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to reopen the public hearing for the applicant to answer questions.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Oliva. Secretary, can you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Escamilla? Commissioner Leo?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva?
Aye.
Commissioner Pham?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Vice Chair Benninger?
Aye.
Chair Ramos?
Aye.
Motion approved to open the public hearing by majority vote with Commissioner Escamilla absent.
Thank you. And the public hearing was only reopened to give the applicant the opportunity that they're entitled to make any final comments and respond to anything raised during public comments. Thank you.
Les agradecemos la oportunidad que nos dan. He escuchado algunos comentarios.
We are grateful for the opportunity that you've given us, and I've heard some comments.
Que no exista ninguna preocupación. Mitad del caballero que estaba comentando referente a los agreements. Tenemos un agreement con todas las personas o las organizaciones que están alrededor de nosotros.
For the gentleman that was speaking about the worries about the agreements, we have the agreements with the places that are near us.
Y quiero enfatizar a todos los que están escuchando en Zoom y a ustedes que no tengan ninguna preocupación porque, como repetí al principio, no vamos a tener ningún conflicto porque los horarios de los negocios alrededor están cerrados.
I want to highlight to everyone and the people on Zoom not to worry that there's not going to be a conflict because of the hours that we're going to be operating.
En otra cuestión, nuestros eventos especiales son mínimos.
In another matter, special events are minimal.
Máximo 1 o 2 eventos especiales al año. So, no tienen que haber ninguna preocupación por eso tampoco.
There shouldn't be any worry about that because it's a maximum of 1 or 2 special events a year.
Y para aclarar, los agreements de parqueadero los tenemos firmados en acuerdo con todos los vecinos alrededor, incluyendo Parenthood, la organización que está enfrente.
Okay. And just to clear up the parking lot agreements, we have a signed agreement with the neighboring places, including Planned Parenthood and the association that's to the side of us.
Inclusive el colegio que te enfrente también está dispuesto a apoyarnos con cuestión de un backup de parqueadero.
In fact, the school that's in front of us is willing to support us with backup parking.
Esos serían mis comentarios y le quiero agradecer a todos y disculparme por mi nerviosismo. Chair Ramos, I'm sorry.
And those are my comments, and I want to, I'm sorry for being so nervous. Chair Ramos, I'm sorry.
Y como ustedes saben, a veces Pueden ocurrir bodas, o pueden ocurrir funerales, pero que no. Pero somos una church y queremos servir la comunidad con toda pasión.
As you know, sometimes weddings happen or funerals, we hope not, and we want to serve our community with all of our passion.
¿Tienen alguna pregunta?
Does anybody have any questions?
Are there any comments or questions for the applicant before we close the public hearing? I see none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now the public hearing is closed. We're going to go back to our commission discussion, and we can also take a motion on the matter. Commissioner Leo.
Yeah, I listened to some of the comments.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Leo. Commissioner Pham made a request from staff to explain what the parking assessment would look like. So if we could have staff answer that, I think that would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Chair Ramos and Commissioner Pham. I did not forget. I was ready to answer your question. I did want to clarify just maybe one or two things. Are you asking for a staff explanation of what that 6-month review would look like and what specifically we're looking for?
That's correct, because, if this project is approved and built, it's a very big financial commitment, and I want the parishioners to understand that you're going to be agreeing to this assessment, and if the assessment, God forbid, the parking that was agreed to and the way you're operating isn't per what you have agreed to, there are repercussions, and I want Pedro to be able to explain what those repercussions are and how an assessment would take place, so that everyone is on board.
Thank you. That clarifies the request. So, assuming that the project were to get approved, gone through building plan check and permits issued, the requirement for the 6-month assessment wouldn't start until the church has received occupancy. So it's when the church has officially started their operations or having services, having normal operations. And the goal would be to ensure that the parking impacts, parking uses are such as what was agreed upon not only on the conditional use permit variances, but also the parking management plan. There's no set kind of way about it, but it could include reviewing whether there's any calls of service, police-wise, code enforcement-wise. It could involve having set parking studies at the beginning of when operations start, periodic ones throughout maybe the operations to ensure that the parking is being used the way it was originally intended in the original parking study. So there could be a number of ways for us to measure that those impacts aren't happening. After the conclusion of the 6 months, if there's any sort of considerations that the church is operating outside of what the original intentions were and the Planning Commission approved, then the planning staff would have to provide a recommendation to either bring the conditional use permit back or re-review by the Planning Commission, or look through any existing language in our municipal code about potential worst case suspensions, super worst case revocations, which we hope that's not the case, but that's the likelihood of what could happen should operations continue past what they were intended to.
Thank you, Pedro. I think the important thing to know is that the CUP is being approved with the understanding that the church will respect the surrounding neighborhood per what has been indicated in the parking study and per what has been indicated in the parking management. And so we would assume in good faith that that's being followed. The 6 months that Commissioner Leo suggests is a backstop that would address the neighbor's concern. If the church operates as intended and as planned, then according to the traffic study, there wouldn't be any conflict, and any speculation that there are unlawful events or large amount of gatherings would be unfound. But if during or at the 6-month assessment, there are issues with too many events that are not consistent with what has been agreed upon, then I think that the applicant would be violating the CUP in my assessment.
Thank you. Commissioner Liu?
Yeah, so I have several questions. Some raised by comments, some raised by my own review and my comments talking to Commissioner Oliva. Tell me where the high school is, because I heard numerous comments about a high school. I know there's a prep school, K through 8. I know there's an elementary school. Tell me where there's a high school near this property.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's likely referring to the Edinnovate Charter School just south of this project. And let me
So
see.
it's on the other side of the street.
Correct.
On the other side of 17th Street.
This is here. So south of 17th Street at the intersection of Wright and 17, but at the southwest corner.
It's a, what type of school again?
As far as I know, it's a charter school. I
it's a
think
charter
it's Edinnovate Legacy. That's maybe the name. I might be getting it wrong.
No, it's not a high school, it's a charter school. And then and there's a big difference between a high school with a track and a football team and 3,000 students go near a high school in Santa Ana. That is a building, an office building filled with some students. Second of all, and most importantly, most of the comments raised today by those who were concerned about the project are problems that the city council takes care of. We don't take care of parking. You as a neighborhood need to do a study. You need to go through the permit process if you want permit parking. There were some comments in here that I won't even respond to. I've lived in the city a long time. This is my year 13 on this commission. This is the first time I've had to address comments around whether or not our residents are doing the right thing or the wrong thing. I'm okay with the 6-month review. I think the neighbor that referenced possible crosswalks, that's up to Public Works. Public Works isn't here today. That's a decision they have to make before the city council. This goes to the city council as a recommendation. City council can say yay or nay. This is in Councilmember Lopez's ward, I believe. She can address those issues. But as for this piece of property that we're dealing with, what else would you presume to be there? And in addition, this is the 3rd or 4th time we've had complaints about notice. How we notice is we contact your neighborhood association. The neighborhood association is supposed to send that out. If they did not, it's on your neighbors, it's not on the city. That's how it goes. We have over 350,000 residents with multiple languages. How are we supposed to notify everybody within an area? Do you live within 1,000 feet of the project? No. And as for traffic, we all live with traffic. I live by a high school. I have people that park in my neighborhood. It's how it goes. We live in the urban core. That's who we are. And this property has been blighted, as Mr. Tardif said. To stop a project and to allow it to continue to be blighted, it would be dereliction of our duty as planning commissioners not to at least comprehend it and possibly approve it. So I would like to make a motion tonight to adopt a resolution approving conditional use permit number 2025-26 as condition and a variance number 2025-02 as condition with a 6-month review for parking and traffic. How's that? Give you broad enough leeway to deal with that? And hopefully, it works out, because there are many projects we approved that sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. But at this point, that's what I got. That's my motion.
I'd like to second it, but I'd like to clarify something. Does it also address what Commissioner Ramos is concerned that should, after 6 months of operation, they need to change some of their hours, and then there's some flexibility for them to do that with
There
also
is-
the 6 months monitoring?
When they come back in, they'll have to meet with city staff, with about parking and traffic, and hopefully, nothing has
Operational
happened.
hours, right.
And then we'll have to figure out whether or not something has to be adjusted. It can always come back to us.
Right.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I'd like to second the motion then. If
For
that's
discussion.
our understanding.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Before that, Commissioner Lee, I would wanted to see if you're open to a friendly amendment. I'd like to propose that we expand their hours for Saturday and Sunday, knowing that the parking lot across the street is available. Again, knowing that you're adding a 6-month review. If the expanded hours are causing issues with parking,
Well, no.
then at that point, they could be reduced.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Thank you. So I'd like to expand those hours from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday.
I'll accept the amendment.
Thank you.
And I accept it too.
Thank you. So we have a motion with a friendly amendment for expanded hours along with a 6-month review to review the parking management plan, traffic implications, anything else that may come up. It's been left open for staff to add anything else. We have a second from Commissioner Wu. Recording Secretary, may you please take roll?
Commissioner Escamilla, Commissioner Leo,
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva,
Aye.
Commissioner Pham,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Vice Chair Benninger,
Aye.
Chair Ramos.
Aye.
Motion approved by majority vote with Commissioner Escamilla absent.
Thank you. And we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Commissioners, we can get ready to start. We're resuming. Thank you. We're resuming the meeting now. We're going to go to item 3. This is the time and place for conditional use permit number 2025-03 and variance number 205-01 for the property located at 2745 West McFadden Avenue and 1001 South Fairview Street, located within the planned shopping center C4 zoning district. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regard to this item? Great, we have none. The case planner, Fernanda Arias Hernandez, will provide a brief presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I have for discussion tonight conditional use permit numbers 2025-03, 2025, and 2025-27, and variance number 2025-01 at the properties located at 2745 West McFadden and 1001 South Fairview Street in Ward 5. The request for approval of entitlements, the request is for approval of entitlements to facilitate the redevelopment of a shopping center, including the construction of a new convenience store, service station and canopy, and a multi-tenant commercial building. This proposal also includes a remodel of an existing commercial building and an existing restaurant. The entitlements would permit a noxious use, which is the service station, 24-hour operations for the convenience store and service station, and reduced setbacks. Staff is recommending to adopt a resolution approving both conditional use permits, number 2025-03 and 2025-27, and recommending approval to adopt a resolution approving variance number 2025-01. The properties have a general plan land use designation of general commercial, and they're located within the planned shopping center or C4 zoning district. The site is surrounded by multifamily residences to the north, east, and south. And to the south, there's also another service station. And then there's single-family residential homes to the south and west. The resulting lot size for 2745 West McFadden Avenue will be 32,459 square feet, or 0.74 acres. And the resulting lot size for 1001 South Fairview Street will be 69,221 square feet, or 1.59 acres. In 1969, the Planning Commission approved variance number 69-17 to allow the construction of an 11,043 square foot commercial strip mall, a 2,148 square foot restaurant, and a 1,071 square foot donut shop at 1001 South Fairview Street. In 1984, the Planning Commission approved variance number 84-01 to allow the construction of a new 2,585 square foot convenience store at 2745 West McFadden Avenue. In October of 2022, the applicant filed a development project application. In 2022 and 2023, City Council adopted ordinances requiring CUP approvals for noxious uses within 1,000 feet of sensitive land uses, which includes parks, schools, and residential areas. And in October 2025, the development project application that was initially submitted in 2022 was deemed complete and ready for entitlement process. Subsequently, the applicant filed the CUP and variance applications. The project site is an integrated shopping center comprised of 2 legal lots, the 2745 West McFadden Avenue and 1001 South Fairview Street. The applicant is proposing, as part of the project, to demolish an existing donut shop, the Jack's Donut House, and an existing convenience store, that's the 7-Eleven. As part of the project, they are proposing to revitalize an existing multi-tenant commercial building and the existing restaurant, which is the Husky Boy. The applicant is also proposing to construct a new 2,200 square foot multi-tenant commercial building and a 4,650 square foot convenience store and a 3,136 square foot service station canopy. As part of the project, they will also restripe the parking lot and provide a total of 104 parking spaces. The site photos on the screen illustrate the existing commercial strip mall that exists at 1001 South Fairview Street. The image on the top illustrates the front of the building, and the image at the bottom illustrates the rear of the building. And in that image at the bottom, you can also see the residential properties, multifamily residential on the right. This slide illustrates the existing Husky Boy restaurant at the top, and then at the bottom is the existing convenience store. This slide illustrates the overall site plan. The color pink represents the existing buildings that will be remodeled. The green represents the new construction, which includes the 2,200 square foot multi-tenant commercial building, the 4,650 square foot convenience store at the corner of Fairview and McFadden, and a 3,136 square foot service station canopy. Lastly, the blue represents the new proposed trash enclosures. This slide illustrates the enlarged site plan for 1001 South Fairview Street. Same as the previous slide, the pink is the existing that will be remodeled. The green is the new retail building that's 2,200 square feet. And the blue is the new proposed trash enclosure. This slide represents the enlarged site plan for 2745 West McFadden Avenue. This illustrates, again, the green is the new construction, blue is a trash enclosure, and the pink is the existing building. You may notice that there's an air and water pump located in the parking space closest to McFadden, which is on the right side of the screen. You may see number 15 there. When staff previously discussed with the applicant moving the pump to a parking spot closest to the drive aisle, and that would be on the left side of the screen before the drive aisle before the trash enclosure. So this was something that staff will work with the applicant to ensure that previous to submitting the plans to plan check, it's something that's addressed as part of the drawings. This slide illustrates the buildings at 1001 South Fairview Street. The top left and bottom left are the new building. This is the 2,200 square foot building. The top is facing the parking lot and the bottom is facing Fairview Street. Those trellises are meant to be landscaped. The images on the left are the new improved Husky Boy restaurant. The image at the top is facing McFadden Avenue, and the image at the bottom is facing residential uses and the parking lot. This slide illustrates the remodeled commercial strip mall. The rear would face the parking lot and the multifamily residential building in the rear. And the top image is the proposed improvements that will be facing. They face the parking lot, but they also face Fairview Street. This is the new proposed 7-Eleven elevations. The top left corner is a new proposed frontage of the building that will be facing the parking lot. The image on the right top says facing south or McFadden Avenue. That will be placed at the corner. As part of the conditions, staff will also request that new architectural elements are added to ensure that there is a windows or facade that shows that is more intricate than what it's shown on the screen. And then the image at the bottom left is facing west and Fairview Street. Those trellises are also meant to be landscaped. And then at the bottom right, we have the new proposed service canopy. As part of the project analysis, staff reviewed the CUP for the noxious use. The proposed service station will enhance local amenities, create jobs, and support economic growth without significant adverse impacts on the community. Staff also prepared environmental assessments to ensure the proposed project wouldn't have any negative impacts on neighboring residents, visitors, and employees. The table on the screen shows the results of technical studies prepared. So an air quality and greenhouse emission assessment was prepared, and it established that no potential impacts exceeding regional and state thresholds there would be none during construction and none during or after project completion. Same thing with the health risk assessment that was prepared. There were no potential impacts during construction and none found for after project completion. And same for the noise and vibration impact assessment. There were no significant impacts that were found for during construction and after project completion. Staff also did an analysis on the after-hours operations. The proposed 24-hour operations of the 7-Eleven convenience store and associated service station is consistent with other service stations and other 7-Elevens within the city. To further ensure compatibility with the surrounding area, there's also been a condition of approval that's been added to require the property owner to have on-site security from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. This condition will help mitigate potential evening safety impacts to nearby residents while maintaining convenient service hours. The site is located within an active commercial corridor, and it further reduces the likelihood of adverse effects on the surrounding community. Additional conditions have been incorporated to ensure ongoing compliance and proper maintenance of the property. These conditions are intended to promote long-term site upkeep, prevent code violations, and support the overall compatibility of the use within the surrounding area. For the variance analysis, the existing conditions of 1001 South Fairview, they have a 0-foot setback in proximity to residential. It's been existing like that. The applicant coordinated with city staff to design a layout minimizing disruptions and ensuring safe vehicle circulation, including circulation for fuel truck access. Some of the requested reductions is the landscape setback reduced to 0 feet to the north and east side. That's adjacent to residential properties. And a reduced 7 and 1 foot along Fairview Street for the commercial building. And then a reduced 5-foot setback along McFadden Avenue. The request for reduced landscape setbacks ensures safe vehicle circulation, parking compliance, and site functionality. Without these reductions, the site would require a major redesign, reducing the building size, creating circulation hazards, and limiting parking spaces, and it would negatively affect the project's feasibility. The project was found consistent with the general plan, the goal land use 2, land use 3 that promote balancing land uses, improving the neighborhood, and economic prosperity element, goal 1, 2, and 3, which support job creation, enhance the city economic diversity, and promote a business-friendly environment. In accordance with the CEQA and CEQA guidelines, the project is exempt from further review pursuant to Section 15303, or Class 3. Class 3 exemption applies to new construction or conversion of small structures, including commercial buildings not exceeding 10,000 square feet in urbanized areas. The project proposes to construct a total of 9,986 square feet of commercial buildings and structures for the proposed service station within an urbanized area. And as such, a notice of exemption, environmental review number 2022-111 will be filed for the project. There is no fiscal impact associated with the project. With that, staff is recommending to adopt a resolution approving conditional use permit number 2025-03, 2025-27, and variance number 2025-01 as condition. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments for staff? Commissioner Wu.
I'd just like a recap. The existing tenants area is just going to have an exterior facelift, right?
That's correct.
Right. So Husky Boy is going to go down, knock down, so that you put in the gas station, right? And it's going to be a 7-Eleven convenience store where the convenience store is, right?
The building that's being demolished is going to be the Jack's Donuts,
Right.
and the 7-Eleven, the existing 7-Eleven.
Okay, my concern is that if you look at the, it's a blighted property, so I'm glad something is going to be done. It's been blighted, but the Chinese restaurant is gone already, and is the record store is going to stay there, or is the existing tenant going to stay there, or are they going to get new tenants?
The applicant is here, so that question may be directed to the applicant.
And if it's 7-Eleven, they're going to have, are they asking for a liquor license?
They have an
to sell?
existing, when the 7-Eleven was first built, when it was first built, they had a land use certificate. So it's a non-conforming land use certificate.
You know, I'm hoping that the blightness will address it, but it's adjacent to some apartment buildings that is also blighted. And the relationship between that, you know, I guess since it's already selling alcohol there, they need to deal with it. So is there any mitigation in terms of lighting and other features that sometime at these convenience stores, you have people buying some malt liquor and then hanging around and drinking it there?
Yeah, so as part of the construction set, we'll ask the applicant to provide a lighting plan, but on top of the adequate lighting in compliance with city ordinance.
And you're requiring a security guard for the evening hours. That's one of the mitigation thing that I think addresses my concern, right?
Correct.
Is the way the car goes in to get into the gasoline line, you know, pump and everything, is that going to be safe enough in your study?
Yeah, so as part of the development project review, this was reviewed by staff, and this is one of the best renditions.
So driving in and, parking there, gassing out and leaving, they're not going to have problem with pedestrian children walking by and stuff like that.
Correct.
I guess that answers some of my concern. I'm glad for the addressing the blight. I do think it needs a facelift. I do think it does need a plan for economic development to bring more jobs and other things. So I'm glad those elements are included in this project. Now, I'm hoping that also it will stimulate some improvement within the neighborhood nearby as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wu. Do we have any other questions for staff? Go ahead, Commissioner Pham.
I know Commissioner Wu brought up the on-site security. I know there was communication either from the applicant or the applicant's representative saying that they were opposed to having on-site security because it presents a financial burden that wouldn't make the project feasible. Has that been ironed out between staff and the applicant?
So the way that the staff is recommending approval is with the condition to include a security on site. But as part of the public process, the commission can make the decision to remove that condition or have a new condition to ensure security on site.
And for clarification, security would be for the entire complex itself, not just for the 7-Eleven?
That is the goal, yeah.
Okay. I would recommend it. I drive past that area all the time. I think that as it exists now, security would be beneficial. I also like the way you've worked with the applicant to push the new commercial building towards the street front, just because as it exists now, the buildings are are so set back that it just becomes a hazard, especially in terms of street frontage, where people kind of don't know where to park and cars are just kind of idling. So I would like to see more of projects similar to this, where we're addressing, these setbacks. If it requires a variance, then so be it. But being able to address that street frontage with more modern buildings, or at least more glass, so it looks like there's eyes on the street, rather than everything's all set back and not adequately lit. So I'd like to compliment you on the site design. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Beninger.
Would you point out where the bioswales will be in this project?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would you point out where the bioswales are going to be in the project?
Yes, of course. So at the bottom of the photo, and let me know if you can see my cursor, but it's going to be this area here, this other area here next to on either side of the new convenience store. So it's going to be along the driveway on Fairview Street, and then at the corner of Fairview and McFadden.
Could you point out where the gasoline fill spot will be, where the wheel truck come in and unload gasoline?
Yes, you can kind of see a depiction of it on this slide. Maybe you can see some faint lines here. This is the fuel truck circulation. Oh, sorry, let me go back. Here we go. So this is where the fuel truck will stop to reload.
Okay. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but if you have a gasoline spill, what's going to protect it from getting into the bioswales?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. So I think one of the commissioners is pointing out as well, there's a considerable distance from that refuel station in the bioswales. And then also anytime that trucks are refueling a station like this, there's certain procedures that they have to follow to mitigate any potential spills and contain any spills to that immediate area.
Because in some areas, they put a little berm around the area to help ensure it doesn't run in that direction, so you have some chance to respond. Are we requiring any of that?
Those are not conditions of approval. However, my understanding is that those are just state laws.
Okay, I don't know state laws. Had a concern earlier and was not stated here, but when we move the water and air filling station, are we going to memorialize that in this permit, in this CU, so that the sidewalk does go all the way down to the street?
Yeah, the goal is that when the air and water pump is moved to the area closest to the driveway along Fairview, there will be better eyes on that.
Okay, so that is going to be part of CPU approval?
To clarify, Commissioner, that point, that could always be added as a condition of approval if the commission.
Well, yeah, we may do that. Also, what's the setback off of the back of the 7-Eleven store from Fairview? The sidewalk go right up to the back of it?
It's a 1-foot setback.
One foot setback. And what's that, just dirt in between it and 1 foot, or what's the material?
I think it's concrete at this point because it's so small, landscape wouldn't survive there.
I think that'd be smart, okay. And the design on the McFadden side, which your drawing does not show, right now, what you're telling me is that you're going to try to have that look like Fairview side, of some lit windows or something that makes it look like a storefront and not just a blank wall. Okay. Do we need to immortalize that in our approval?
There is already a condition, I think it's condition number 10 of all resolutions, that does require for architectural elements to be added.
Okay. Because actually, avoid a convenience store in that location makes good sense, because you have 2 bus stops there. Just, you have concern about access of people getting to it and from it, and also concerned that we don't have a blank wall facing two of our major streets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Manager. Commissioner Oliva.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question for the new construction, the new commercial buildings that'll be built. There'll be no pedestrian access to the 2,200 square foot retail building from Fairview, correct?
Do you mean pedestrian access from?
Like to access the store?
No, I believe the entrance is facing the parking.
Okay, and then with the addition of these, the convenience store and the retail store, are we reducing the number of parking spaces in this area, or are we keeping the same parking spaces?
They have 104 parking spaces available on site. I believe on site they may have less today because they have the Jack's Donuts, and I think the 7-Eleven property, it just has like big driveways rather than a lot of parking. So they are required to have 109 parking spaces, but they are within AB 2097 area, so a variance is not required for parking. However, they're still providing 104.
Thank you. And then for the Husky Boys, are in the proposed renderings, the play area is no longer there. Is that being removed with the revitalization of the restaurant?
The plans don't show it. That is my assumption, that it will be removed. However, the applicant is here, and if they do plan to demolish this, it'll be addressed as part of the plan check process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Oliva. Commissioner Leo?
Do you have a landscape palette for just like pieces of it? And the reason I ask is, I know the apartments to the north of the project have put up new flags, redone the facades. So I wanted to make sure that we kind of continued the beautification of that. And I'm just wondering, I know the buildings are kind of close to to the street, and I'm wondering about the other piece. I mean, first of all, whoever developed the strip mall is brilliant. There's so many people that live around it, they walk there, right? I mean, they've got built-in clientele. So I'm just wondering about the landscape palette, and does it match, and does it enhance what the apartment owners did just a little north, so that we can carry that down the Fairview? Because I know that maintenance spends a lot of time on the berms and the trees on that stretch of Fairview. And so I'm just, want to make sure that it's consistent. You guys figure that out, but I just want to make sure that it's consistent with all the work that maintenance does, and the trees in the middle of the road, and the berm to keep that up, and then tie it into the apartment. So if you think that's enough, then so be it. But it's just a question, how that looks on that piece of Fairview. Because we know a couple things, right? We know we're not far from Centennial Park. We know that there's a crop of homeless that either spend the night in the park and then make their way slowly up Fairview. I just want to make sure that it looks appropriate. I know we don't have the pictures of the apartment complex that's to the north of that, but if you can figure out how to tie it in, I'll leave it up to you guys and leave it up to the council, but that we just carry that all the way up from Fairview as far up as we can, because it is block wall all the way down, even as we get up to, can't even think of the cross street. But I mean, it's all the way up to First Street, basically. So just make sure that the landscape palette matches whatever the apartments, so that it kind of flows, I think. But I agree with Commissioner Wu, great upgrade to the property, and I have some other comments when the applicant comes up.
Thank you. Thank you. I have one question for staff, and I had mentioned it in conversation with staff before as well. But the Husky Boy has these two iconic figures that face McFadden Street. And I was wondering if the applicant decided to keep them and use them in any way, is that something that they're allowed to do? And is there anything that they need to be made aware of? And if was their desire to do that? And I got a thumbs up, so it might be.
They don't have building permits, but if we wanted to keep them, it could be added. It wouldn't be a sign, it would be an architectural element if they wanted to keep them. And it can be addressed as part of the building plan set if they wanted to keep them.
Thank you. Did you want to add?
No, exactly how Associate Planner Arias mentioned. If there is a willingness by the applicant to keep this, we can look at it as something slightly different than a sign, because that type of sign, a mimetic sign like that, is not allowed in the code currently. And we would treat it almost like a public art piece, similar to what you see if you've visited the diner on South Bristol with
Black Bear Diner.
Black Bear Diner, with the bears out front, as long as the I don't even know how to describe them, the Mickey Mouse looking figures don't have any signage on them.
Thank you. Well, thank you, staff. I'm glad that the iconic figures can remain if the applicant desires to keep them. Do I have any other questions from the commission for staff?
No, how about a big cowboy Texan, like a howdy?
Thank you, Commissioner.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
You know, the photo of the existing building, but it's shot from the long way. Can we take a look at that? Yeah, that one on the bottom there. So that's all shrub on the right, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is that just for trash can? I see some striping, so that's a parking area too, right?
Yeah, that is existing parking area that will be restriped. And they also will have a new trash enclosure in the rear.
Okay.
And landscape planters.
And there's no doors there, for people to park and go into the businesses. So is it really used, or it's more like a alley now, right?
I think it's more for employees. I think at the time that I went to take these photos, the pizza place wasn't open yet, so it wasn't as much traffic necessarily. But I think once all the units are occupied, this could serve as employee parking.
And there's going to be lighting back there in the evening?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, because that kind of concerned me a little for you know, other uses other than what we want to use it for, so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wu. Vice Chair Bellinger? Did you have additional questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Great, seeing that there are none, the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on the matter?
Hello, dear Planning Commission, city staff. Thank you so much for your time in reviewing our property here. I know this has been a couple of years in the making, and we really appreciate this opportunity to stand before you today to present it. Just a little bit about us. We are a family business. The property is owned by two LLCs, 5G LLC and Mapocos LLC. 5G LLC is owned by my parents, and the reason it's called 5G LLC is because it's my parents and they have 3 children. So it's me, my brother Elon, and we have another brother, Josh. And Mapocos LLC is owned by me and my husband. The reason why we called it Mapocos LLC is because there is a famous brotherhood of lions, actually, that live in Africa. And they are known as the Mapocos. They are 4 brothers, and they were very strong, and they were able to conquer a lot of land. But it happened that one of those lions actually broke away from the other 3, and when that lion broke away, they were not successful anymore, and other tribes of lions were able to conquer. So we in our family, we have 4 boys. And this is a lesson we tell our boys, that you're the strongest when you're together. When you're able to have that brotherhood together, you're the strongest. Since we've purchased this property, we also have a little girl. And so she's definitely following along with her brothers. And we purchased this property again between us and my parents. So we are the owners. When we saw this property, we saw it for its many strong qualities. Number 1, we saw it as a community center where a lot of people would come and a lot of their daily goods they can purchase there in restaurants and the laundromat and the Metro PCS. Our plans when we bought the property was to align with our strong partnership we have with 7-Eleven. We're now currently building several 7-Eleven sites, and our plan was to expand, to demolish that 7-Eleven on the corner, acquire the 7-Eleven on the corner, demolish it with the Jack's Donuts again to build what Fernanda explained so well. And if I could just tell you a little bit about 7-Eleven, which we have a representative of 7-Eleven here, she can tell you better, is that 7-Eleven really highlights himself in building quality stores with really beautiful architecture. Right now, we're building several, and I can tell you we're in the finishing stages, and they're coming to us with very, very detailed comments. And actually, I've had one of the head of operations come and tell me, we're not taking the store until it's perfect. So I really want to tell you that 7-Eleven is really priding themselves and taking care of the nitty-gritty details, giving my superintendent a headache, but they're really set out to making something that's a real service to the community and bringing a lot of, and with this larger footprint, they're able to also bring a lot of, the daily goods that you don't see in smaller stores, fresh food, and 7-Eleven rep can speak more about it when she comes up. And regarding the shopping center, that was really our goal when we purchased the shopping center, to spruce it up, to give it that facelift, to make it something that the city of Santa Ana can be proud of. It's been bladed for many years now, and we purchased it in that bladed state. So that was really our goal when we purchased it, and we're so happy to have this opportunity to stand before you today to make that happen. I heard several comments, and I'm going to try to address them. I heard one question was about the existing tenants. They're all going to stay. Actually, the Metro PCS, the Mikokana, which is the market, and the pizzeria are all owned by the same owner. And he obviously has a very thriving business. We're very happy for him. And the other 2 businesses are also, other 3 businesses are also doing very well. And they actually, ever since we purchased the property, we're able to sign longer term leases with them. So everyone is in it for the long haul with us, and we're happy to have that partnership with them. I heard some security concerns, and that's really been a problem for us. While our property is definitely not the cause of homelessness, I think it's become one of the symptoms to a greater problem, and we're so happy to partner with you in ways that we can address that and mitigate those problems. Some ways that we've already tried to incorporate to mitigate those problems is we put up recently actually a security camera system that's monitored 24 hours by a company, and basically when someone transients come by or people are loitering on the property, that company connects with local police and brings them over, asks the police to come over to take care of the issue. The cameras also have dual speakers, so if there is someone on the property and loitering, the camera will speak out and say, "Hey, you need to get away," and turn on an alarm or something like that to help divert the person who is loitering on the property. We've dabbled with using a security guard. It has become a very big financial strain, especially because security guards, what it would fall under CAM, which is a common area maintenance, which we passed on to our tenants. And so, and as much as the tenants want, to have a center that is safe, so that's something that they've really voiced concern with, having that full-time security guard. So we've used it, especially when we've seen that, in some seasons it gets better or worse. So we do have a relationship with a security company that comes out when we feel like we need it more. But we ask that not be a condition, just because it's definitely difficult for our tenants to carry that burden. I think there was a question on lighting. One thing that we're doing actually with the 7-Eleven we're building in Anaheim on the corner of Ball and Sunkist was that 7-Eleven also is adjacent to neighbors. And something that the neighbors have asked was that we use lighting that is not as bright. And so that's something we've incorporated in that shopping center, that the lighting isn't bright. And we're definitely happy to create a photometric plan with you to make sure that we're not bothering those residents that are next to us. I think I answered everything, but in case there's anything more, please let me know. And my brother can also speak, and also Darlene from 7-Eleven can help fill in any questions you have that are specifically 7-Eleven related.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Vice Chair Benninger.
I worked in the chemical industry. We used the monitoring cameras, found them very successful. And in fact, I was just talking to some people today planning about that, because of the fact that you have a person there, they could lose attention, whereas the monitors are always on and they're always being monitored and they can respond back. There's a couple things on the project at this point I feel uncomfortable about on it, so I'm going to propose something and see if it flies. But do you need a 30-day extension or delay in which to work out with the security situation? I would like to see back a drawing of what that wall is going to look like that you promised to work on, and I'd like to see a drawing showing a sidewalk all the way to McFadden. So would you be open to a 30-day delay?
We definitely, we want to work with you, of course, and want to make sure that the Planning Commission is happy with whatever we propose. We hope that there wouldn't be a delay, only because the shopping center is a dilapidated old shopping center, and we're eager to get something done here. Code enforcement has reached out to us many times to ask us to develop the existing building. And so I know that code enforcement would be against it. Definitely on our end, we want to push this forward as fast as possible. But of course, if that's what the Planning Commission decides, we're definitely willing to comply. But we ask that not be a condition.
I will be asking that to staff when my term comes and also my fellow commissioners up here, because I think we have a lot of, I have a lot of question marks still sitting that we're not seeing the final results yet of what's there on it. You had to kind of, this is more my own knowledge, and I think you kind of answered it. 7-Eleven, are you a franchise of them, or they own the business? How's that work?
They own it, so they're leasing it from us. So
They're leasing
it would
from
be
you.
a built-to-suit lease.
So you provide a building to them?
Yes.
That's just personalized, nothing to do with it. Okay. I have my question answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Benninger. Commissioner Wu.
Are you going to strike the parking lot so it'll be a little more organized?
Yes, definitely. Our plan is to re-slurry, restripe, so it's going to be, it's going to be a very updated parking lot.
And I didn't want to leave you with the impression that I think you're the cause of our social problem. We just have a social problem in our community that we're trying to deal with, but it takes a whole community. And by you reinvesting in your property, it sets a tone. And that's what I was trying to address, is by setting the tone. You're saying this is the property, we want you to be proud of it, and we want the community to be part of the village and take care of it, and that's what I meant by the mitigation. If it's understood that when you get your variances and things, that you will be doing that, I don't think we need to make that as a part of the condition. And that's where I was kind of going with the two things. Now, regarding 7-Eleven, you think they might have a 7-Eleven that's sort of like in other countries, like in Korea and Japan, where they kind of serve those ethnic foods there, but then the community is of a different culture. You might have more food that kind of addresses the taste of the community there as well. I was just wondering if 7-Eleven was going to do that.
That's a great question.
Anyway, Jimmy's not going to crack corn in our neighborhood.
Yeah, I can let Darlene answer that question. I think she would better be able to answer on behalf of 7-Eleven.
So first, thank you for having me, Darlene Raves of 7-Eleven. I have a brother who's a teacher at Heritage Vista in Santa Ana, and two friends that own a State Farm agency and another medical business here. So I'm a big fan of Santa Ana, even though I live in Long Beach. I'm here a lot. I would like to say that as far as the store itself, we practice what's called Retailers Initiative. So that means we bring into the store what the community needs. So whatever kind of foods or products or whatever that may be, then we will bring that in. But we are trying to implement some other flares of products that do bring in things from our mother company that's in Japan.
So if two stoners hang out in front, you'll be able to handle them too, right?
What was that? I'm so sorry.
No,
we could talk after, though.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Commissioner Wu. Commissioner Pham.
Yeah, I want to go back to the security point. We have properties in the city where I know there are active security personnel on staff, and there are still issues with homelessness. So I have a hard time, thinking that without the security guard presence and with just the technology that you've mentioned, that you're able to keep the site in check. Would you share with us, with what you currently have on site, has the call for service from PD lessened, or has it maintained, or has there been the same amount of incidents?
So as I mentioned, we go back and forth with the security company we work with. Sometimes we have daily security, and sometimes we don't have security, just depending on, what the community is feeling, what the tenants are feeling. They're very good about telling me, and I'm very fast to respond. Again, I'm very sensitive to the fact that it costs a lot of money for them, and so if it happens that we feel like the site has been secure enough so that the camera system can adequately address the issue, then we wean off the security hours, and we have fewer hours a day. Right now, we have overnight security, only because we have, what we did was we put up cages in the back of the property to protect the electrical panels. And what happened is they learned to climb up those cages and go onto the roof. And so now we have security to prevent that issue. And we're working with our designer to try to find a way to make sure that they don't do that. So once we have a plan in place, we'll cut back down those hours again. Right now we have both the on-site security and as well as the cameras. So right now our property is secure, but again we're working on ways to to make those hours less, just to help our tenants.
Yeah, my main concern is that, as you've noticed, there's quite a bit of multifamily surrounding your property, which makes it, I assume, the reason why it's such a great shopping center. My concern is that the way the site is developed, especially with the new parcel at the corner, and you have what looks like outdoor seating and quite a bit of open space. We've seen, if you go up Bristol towards South Coast Plaza, there's quite a bit of landscaping that is large enough to congregate, but there's no active security. And so whether we like it or not, there are activities on that green space that is not pleasant for anyone, especially children walking to school. And then, the children would love to stop by 7-Eleven. So my main concern, and the reason why I would advocate for on-site security, is that it's not just a protection of your own property, but the community members that pass through, that you service. And especially with such a large green space that you have fronting McFadden, I believe, not McFadden.
Fairview.
Fairview. I think it's a worthy investment, but your discretion.
If I can just speak to something that you said, you mentioned how there is a lot of open space currently in our parking lot, and that really comes from the fact that we are overparked right now. And so our proposed development would include, well, of course, that larger 7-Eleven footprint with the gas, and it also includes building another shop space right in front of Fairview. And so we're going to have fewer parking, which really will adequately service the shopping center. And I think that will also greatly help in lessening, the loitering that we're having now. It's just because there is all that open space.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Pham. Commissioner Leo.
Just a question, actually for 7-Eleven, because you get to stay open longer. I know you have stores in really rough neighborhoods. This is not a very rough neighborhood. There's loitering, there's homeless, but it's not a rough neighborhood like downtown Los Angeles and some other stuff. How do you handle it?
Great question, and I'm glad you brought that up because working in real estate, we see stores all over, and Fairview McFadden is not what we consider bad, So the store's operator right now, he's a franchisee. He does really well, a really good job at mitigating any security issues. When we have new builds, one of the things we could do regarding landscape is do like a desert type landscape. So it's not as comfortable for people to come in and lie down and do whatever they're going to do, and it kind of prevents people from doing, taking naps or whatever, and being comfortable. And another thing that we do is we play loud music. A lot of times it's classical music outside the store, and that deters people from staying around and loitering. And then we have our own DVR and security systems within the store. And we have stores that are in rougher neighborhoods and they don't have security overnight or at all. And we just have good franchisees that do the right thing with the community, and they don't have issues.
Because I think you're sensing from us that we all want the shopping center to be revitalized.
Yes.
And we're struggling with the security issue, knowing that Centennial Park's not far.
Mm-hmm.
There's homeless asleep in the car wash that's just off the street. But we could all learn from 7-Eleven because you guys open up in some, I've seen some downtown Los Angeles, like, how did they even keep the homeless out of there?
Right.
Which are real questions. And so I'm comfortable with where we're at now when it comes to security. And I think that the city council is going to make the call on exactly what type of security you're going to need. But we can learn from people who deal with it all the time, and you guys deal with it all the time. And it's not just LA. It could be Stockton. It could be Oakland. It could be San Francisco. You deal with it. So I think we can learn from that. And if you're going to put up cameras, and we can use some of the methods that you've learned, it may work. And I understand why staff recommended a security guard, because that is a natural default position.
Right,
But-
and
Go
if
ahead.
you have a plan that we could provide you, it would be not only the landscaping, that's a big buffer, the type of landscaping that you use, but the photometric plan that we would use that we do studies and we have lighting in the right places, and it wouldn't be a hindrance to the residential neighborhoods around, but the lighting would be brightest in the places that they need to be bright at. So that, and then the music, and then just having a really good operator that's in the store currently today, so.
Thank you. That's my only question, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Leo. Commissioner Leo, do you have any comments? Vice Chair Benninger?
I'm being told Opera does a good job keeping homeless away. Have you heard that?
What was that?
I heard Opera.
Oh, that's exactly, opera and classical.
It's not music from the 60s, good. Or country western. Going back to security and what you experienced at 7-Eleven, my experience with the remotely monitored cameras, they're monitored in this case, it was from 5 o'clock at night until 6 a.m. in the morning. They work so much better than actually having a person there, because a person can't get everywhere. You can have cameras, a lot more locations, and a lot cheaper. Has that been your experience also?
We actually have a newer store in Linwood that has those periodically, and just having them, I don't know how often they're there, but once a quarter, twice a quarter, but they're there, they go away, they're there, they go away, and that has deterred a lot of people trying to do bad things.
Because it was costing us just under $1,000 a month, far cheaper than hiring a person.
Right, you have a
far more
360 view.
dependable. Yes.
360 view, and they're monitored, so, yeah, and it's cheaper.
Yes, and I actually could turn on my cell phone
Yeah,
and see what the cameras was, so they sent me an alert, I could quickly check and see what the concern was.
exactly, yes.
And we had a lot of people breaking in, trying to steal copper, trying to do all that stuff, because we had shut the operation down. I was emptying out all the process and reactors, and it was amazing how good that did compared to having a person there, so, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, and it was a question I made of staff earlier, but better directed at the applicant. Is there any desire to keep the iconic figures outside the Husky Boy?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, both of
Yeah.
them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Sorry, I forgot to address that
No,
one.
that's okay. Thank you. Are there any last comments or questions for the applicant at this time from the commission? Great. Seeing none, we're going to move on to public comments. Recording secretary, have we received any written communication, or is there a member of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Chair, we have received one email in the form of public comments for this item before the 3:30 p.m. deadline, which has been distributed to the commission and posted online. If you are attending this meeting in person and would like to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak form and turn it into the secretary. If you are participating via Zoom and would like to comment on this item, please select the hand icon to indicate that you would like to speak. If you are calling in and would like to comment on this item, please dial 9 and then 6 to unmute yourself. I will wait a few seconds. Chair, we don't have any public speakers.
Thank you. Are there any final comments or questions before I close the public hearing? Sorry, would the applicant like to approach us?
All right, I have a light sensitivity, so I need my sunglasses, but for the respect, I'm just gonna take them off.
Oh, you can put them on if you'd like.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, I really can't see without it. My name is Ilan Golcha. I am a brother of Shira Zagi over here. Just like Shira has 5 children, since purchasing this site and promptly going for the entitlements, I've had 2 children of my own. So just to share with you how long this process has taken, it's been a long process, but we've been working very well with Fernanda, and the whole entire planning staff has been excellent and working very well for the city to and the neighborhood to get a project that is long-lasting, that will better suit the entire neighborhood, not just for today, 10 years, but 50 years is what Ali Pezeshkpur was kept on reiterating, to which I learned a lot throughout the process, and I really appreciate everything that Fernanda and Ali and the entire team has shared with us. So we actually were scheduled for Planning Commission in March of this year, and that got pushed to today. That site plan looked one way, and it looks nothing like the site plan that's being proposed here today. And I actually, there's been a lot of changes in that site plan that have increased our construction costs for this proposed development. It's definitely been a hard sell to 7-Eleven, and Darlene and I, along with many other, Darlene is with real estate, but with operations, network planning, it's been a tough process to get to this point, because with a bigger building, which is about 1,700 square feet larger, along with a much more expensive building with more glass, the landscape trellis along the wall, the tower, just the overall siding on the building. This is a significantly more expensive building that we are providing. So we just wanted to work everything. We really wanted to make this project work. We purchased the shopping center in the rear in order to, first of all, work on that shopping center as well as work with 7-Eleven as we have. But this project is really getting to a point where it's basically at break even with the 7-Eleven. So I just really wanted to talk about adding the security would really not make this project work. We've been trying to do everything possible, because with this change of putting the building where it is now, although it makes the site a lot better, it reduces the amount that 7-Eleven can contribute. So by making the building bigger, making it more beautiful and glamorous, we love it. 7-Eleven's actually going to be using this as a poster for, hopefully if we can build it, they're going to be using this as a poster for their other stores to say that this is their most glamorous location because of all these improvements to the building. And I want you to know that we're also building other buildings, and I've seen what other 7-Elevens on the market, and they do not look anything like this. So we want to deliver this building. It's a very expensive building, but in doing so, adding the security, as we spoke to the franchisee, it's absolutely going to crush, and it's really not going to work. So there's the financial aspect of it that has to work in order for a project like this to come to fruition, which is, it's obviously important. And more important, I understand, is the community, that they need something that is going to be safe 100%. So a lot of the issues that have occurred with 7-Eleven is loitering. So having a security guard there would, in my opinion, along with Darlene and 7-Eleven and what they've seen, Commissioner Leo, you've actually mentioned, I really appreciate your approach as well, to understand what 7-Eleven has done in the past, to see what has worked and what hasn't worked, and try to implement what has been done in experience and try to promote that in new locations. So Darlene spoke so nicely about the classical music. I've actually seen several 7-Elevens that when they have the classical music, it's completely clear. I don't know what it is. I love classical music. I listen to it when I shower. When I do my long drives to construction sites, I listen to classical music. For one reason or another, homeless people absolutely hate it. So having a security guard there, they're not going to be able to continuously force them to leave. I've spoken to homeless people left and right, and I've tried to get them away from our construction projects. And what do? They challenge me. They say, okay, do what you want to do. Okay, call the police. Because at the end of the day, I can't physically remove them. Security cannot physically remove them. So this cost, while I understand that it seems as it would be helpful, I totally understand that. The issue is the loitering, and the security guard cannot do anything about that. So as Darlene mentioned, the music is huge. Lighting is huge. We can add as much lighting as possible. This building sits very far from the multifamily. Though the properties touch, from the door of the 7-Eleven until the end of our property, to which there's also another building, the Husky Boys building, along with landscaping that is in between the multifamily, is about 100 feet or so from, maybe no more. It's about 100 feet, give or take. So that lighting, as we've done in other sites, we can shield it so that there's an extreme amount of lighting on site, but not an ounce of light goes off site, to which we've already created the photometric plan for the entitlement. So as we have that, we can work on that in the construction drawing cycle to make the lighting stronger, if that's a preference. So I would just advocate for the idea to make this project actually come to fruition, to add more music, add more lighting, and do other things that 7-Eleven has done so well, including the landscaping and other things like that. And if we really truly want to have a project, we've worked on this for 4 years, and when this condition came about, I was not really so happy, because I understand, the needs, but I know that this is a project-killing condition. I know that for a fact. I've already squeezed 7-Eleven for as much as they could pay. The building is as big and glamorous as possible, and it comes to a certain point where it just doesn't pencil anymore. So I understand where the city is coming from. I truly do. I have kids of my own, and I want them to be safe. I have a 1.5-year-old daughter and a 3.5-year-old son that didn't get to hang out with me tonight. But again, I appreciate everyone's time. And then a couple of comments that I actually wanted to respond to. There was a Chinese restaurant, Planning Commissioner Wu, that you mentioned a long time ago. So when we purchased, I don't remember seeing them. They were not there. If you know their contact, we'd love to bring them back. We are building, if you can bring up that. Sorry, what is that? Right, so as we quote unquote demolish the Jack's Donut House, we do not intend to get rid of them as a tenant, not even the slightest. We intend on keeping all new tenants. Actually, some larger commercial tenants actually reach out to us in regards to the shopping space to the right. That's actually a pizzeria that just to the shops right there. A pizzeria just opened there about a month and a half ago, and there was about 3,500 square foot of vacancy, and we actually had some shop space interest from Credit National tenants. But as my father is an immigrant, I'm not an immigrant, I was born here, but I understand what it takes to grow a business. So that gentleman is actually renting a few other locations here. So before we even considered the Credit National tenant, we worked on having him in that unit. And we're very happy to say that this is his third store now over here, to which we are not looking to get rid of the Jack's Donut, not even the slightest. We're actually looking to improve his space. By his space not having too much visibility hiding behind the 7-Eleven, now he's going to be having one of those spaces right there, along with a beautiful patio, fireplace, something which he has 0 seating as of today. So as we look to add, we still have one space for a vacancy, and we've had some interest, but we haven't really looked too deep into it. I'd love to bring back that Chinese restaurant. If you do have their contact, I'd love to reach out to them. Deported. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's very tough. Yeah, I actually hate that. There's a lot of the ice going on. I heard that some people were actually deported from here, but anyways, that's another topic. But appreciate everyone's time. That's my comments.
Thank you. No other comments or questions from the commission, correct? Great. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. It's now time for commission discussion. We can take a motion to approve the matter as well.
I would like to make a motion. I'm hearing a lot of unclarity on this project. I'm going to again make my motion for a 30-day continuance. Allows them to work out whether with a monitoring company, which may be a cheaper proposal and solve yours. I had asked for 7-Eleven's help with that, especially looking at the lighting. I'd like to see come back and see the project that is proposed with the lighting, with the remote monitoring, with the drawing of along McFadden as we'll finally see it, rather than just, we're going to work on this, and the driveway. And I would like the city to take a look about spill containment, if that gasoline is spilled. Because that goes in the biosystem, it's going to go right into the water table. Further disaster. So we needed to be thinking about that. And my experience, again, chemical experience, it was our responsibility to make sure that didn't happen, not the states or city. They looked to us to make sure we had grading, we had drains, whatever we had on it. So that's my proposal. I don't know if I have a second or not.
If I may, before the commission discusses the proposal related to the 30-day continuation due to City Hall closing for the holiday closure, the earliest we'd be able to come back if the commission decided to continue this item for 30 days or more would be January 26th. So in the commission's consideration of this proposal, I just asked that it be continued to a date certain, and then the soonest date would be January 26th of next year.
I think we could pass and have staff monitor it like you always do to make sure some of these things will be taken care of. We already brought it to your attention, and that'll be part of the monitoring process. So I'm willing to make a motion just to pass it to get it going, because I'm more afraid of what's going to happen in 2026.
Thank you. So we have a motion, and then we had a alternate motion made. We'll consider the alternate first. Is there a second for Commissioner Wu's motion?
To clarify, to approve as
is, I believe,
with
yes.
no amendments.
As
staff
of now,
recommended.
I mean, if you wanted to second, you could propose a friendly amendment.
No, I want to clear, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'll second that.
Okay, so then we have a motion to approve as is. We have a second. We will vote on this first. If this fails, then we'll go back to the original motion that was made. Secretary, can you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Escamilla? Commissioner Leo?
No.
Commissioner Oliva?
Aye.
Commissioner Pham?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Vice Chair Benninger?
No.
Chair Ramos?
No.
Motion fails with Commissioner Escamilla absent.
Thank you. We now go back to the original motion and see if there's a second on that, to continue for 30 days along with other instructions for staff. Seeing as there is no second, that motion doesn't move forward. Does anyone else want to bring forth a motion on this item?
Yeah, let me try to craft something. Which permit has the security guard in it?
Which condition?
Which, all three of them have the security guard in it? So let me try to do this, because we're just making a recommendation to the city council. City council can decide if they want a security guard or not. I think that we can all learn.
Commissioner, if I can
Yes.
just clarify, the request before the commission tonight would not go to the city council unless they decided to pull the item for their
Oh, they have
consideration.
to, okay, they have to pull it. So, all right, well, my recommendation is that we use the latest technology and security that we've learned, that we heard about tonight, and what they're doing. I don't know is there a condition that they work with the police department in the CUP, or no? So what I'm trying to craft is here, and you guys help me out, is we let them use the technology they're using, but in conjunction and working with the police department. Because who's going to get called? The police department's going to get called. And so I want to make sure that they're able to move forward with their project, but at the same point in time, that we as a commission have cover to say, look, you can move forward with the technology and whatever 7-Eleven wants to do. However, there is some overlap with the police department because they're the ones that are going to get called. And I understand why staff recommended security guard. I get it. I think we all get it. It's just that any more delay, we've heard that it won't pencil. Not only that, but that this community doesn't get a revitalized center for quite some time. January 26th is a long time to be waiting for it. So I'm trying to craft something that works for the interim. And then, I don't know, you guys probably have language that works with the police department, because we do these things in conjunction with the police department. 7-Eleven doesn't sell alcohol, right? You're not selling alcohol?
Beer and wine.
Beer and wine. Currently at that site, you have beer and wine. So that's what we got to deal with, right? I mean, so that's what I'm trying to work through.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Why don't we go ahead and, we can approve, and the way I would word it is that 6 months, give them time right now to review the security issue, looking with someone in that field of remote review, and come back to say, this is what we can do as an alternative.
Well, they don't have to come back to us. They can just go to staff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind if it just goes back to staff.
Because again, I can tell you in my experience, it's cheaper with remote
Yes.
monitoring. The police get called, you get voices coming from the person monitoring it. A security guard can't get everywhere at once, as I already said, loitering, they get challenged. Well, you don't get challenged with the cameras, with the voices, and because the police will show up and take care of it. So I suggest that we add that to the approval.
Does that make sense to you guys? What we're talking about?
That's one approach. However, there's an existing condition of approval, number 18, that already asks that staff and the applicant work with the police department. So if there's an increase in crime, that the police chief would have the ability to require state licensed security guards in the number prescribed by.
So as is, they can continue. So the question is, as is, mandate security guards currently. So I would like to change that and make a motion that they continue to do what they're doing using the latest technology. And then what you're saying is, if there is an increase, the police chief has authority to do what he needs to do.
There's currently conditions for both. One that would just require, if approved as is, that the licensed security guards be there within a certain time frame. And then the second condition is kind of like belt and suspenders approach. If there's an increase in crime, it would give the chief the ability to say, bring in X number of licensed security guards to address the issue.
Is factor in the original motion?
Well, the original motion mandates now that we put in security guards. Doesn't pencil, doesn't work. If we put in current technology and working with 7-Eleven, and as Carl mentioned, we can remove the mandated security guards. And the fallback is the police chief can require it if there's an increase, correct?
That's right.
Can I,
So that would be my motion.
Commissioner Pham, do you have a friendly amendment or a question?
Well, before we entertain a motion, I want to make a point that we're focused on what 7-Eleven does well, which I agree. But we have to look at this complex in its totality, right? I would be amicable to removing the security condition if I knew that the technology that 7-Eleven uses is employed throughout the complex. Whereas you can imagine a scenario where, yes,
Understood.
7-Eleven does it really well, and then the population just migrate to the
Understood.
bottom end of the site.
So I guess, do we have to reopen to ask the applicant, is that you go ahead and do what you got.
Well, I want to just clarify with staff first. Staff, can you please clarify if okay, so what are we considering tonight? And if we wanted to, does that condition apply to the entire property, or is that just for 7-Eleven?
The condition would be for the entire property.
So any condition we add would also be for the entire property?
Right, from what I'm hearing is remove the condition to require on-site security.
And then to instead require digital security?
Yeah.
I want to confirm that any addition to require digital security would apply to the entire property?
Correct.
So Commissioner Pham, does that answer your question? Would not just apply to the 7-Eleven building, but to the entire property that they own, which is the entire plaza?
That's correct. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Do we need to open the hearing to ask if that's acceptable to the applicant?
Well, I have a question.
Go ahead.
We should get all our questions we might have for that.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if the condition should be only for 6 months, that there's a security on property, only because something brand new, something shiny, attracts people. So let's say we do a 6-month trial of a security on site, and if there's minimal to no calls to PD about loitering or crime or anything, after the 6 months, maybe then we can transition to digital security. I don't know if we can ask the applicant if they would be amicable to that friendly amendment.
As of now, I hear 2 different questions for the applicants. If anyone else can think of any other question they would like to ask the applicant, please share it now so that when we do reopen the public hearing, we only reopen it once. And then I'll say that as of now, I like the idea of removing the security requirement as is, knowing that there is a condition that allows the police chief to require security if necessary, and also hearing from the applicant that they themselves provide security as needed and that they're currently providing security. And then I will say also that I did like one of the things that Vice Chair Benninger mentioned, not sure if it was a condition or how it would be framed, around the bioswale, and just ensuring that if there was an oil spill, there would be no contamination. Maybe that's already clear, but I think if it is clear, it doesn't hurt to just be diligent. So would like to propose a friendly amendment with whatever Vice Chair Benninger's language was, as I don't remember it word by word right now.
Well, I think right now the project needs to be looked at as to where the slopes of the driveway goes, and then if there was a spill, where would it go? It actually may go away from bioswale. I don't know. Until you look at that from that view, you just don't know.
Doesn't someone at another jurisdiction?
Well, sorry, thank you. The applicant will be required to submit grading plans as part of the building packet. So that will be something that we'll review as part of the building.
So staff would review that? City staff would review that?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. So do we need to name it, or is that already happening?
Well, that would be part of the grading, but if you would like to add a condition to ensure that
We should make a condition so it does happen. And it's just looking at the grading plan and grading it in a spot that it runs away from the bioswale.
Commissioner Leo, would you be open to that friendly amendment? Great, thank you.
Just to clarify.
Go ahead, Commissioner Pham.
I'm amicable to what's being proposed to remove that condition. If we do open up the public hearing again, I just want to make sure that we're consistent that whatever 7-Eleven employs in terms of security, the rest of the property does, then I'm amicable to removing the security on-site condition and then defer it to PD.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions that anybody on the commission would like to ask of the applicant before we open the public hearing? Great, so I'm hearing 2 questions as of now. Oh, Commissioner Oliva, did you want to mention something else?
I will withdraw my question if we're all in agreement to remove
the security requirement today.
requirement.
Thank you. So I hear 1 question remains from Commissioner Leo, which is if the applicant is amicable to a condition that requires digital security using the
Yeah, but let's look at it this way. If it works, right, and we learn from 7-Eleven and we use it for the whole property, right, we have plenty of other shopping malls like this in the city. So at a lower cost, right, and we didn't even talk about the landscape, right? 7-Eleven said there's a certain landscape that, let's just say, is not inviting for people to lay on or do whatever they want to do. So what I'm saying is that I'm amenable to asking the applicant to make sure that they're okay moving forward as we describe. And then we may be setting precedent for other strip malls that come in and say, look, after 6 months or a year, it worked. Then we can go, okay. So if somebody else comes in and says, I want to fix it on standard, well, guess what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
It's a thought process. So we do need to open the public hearing, right, to ask the applicant if they're amenable to doing that, then, okay. I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
And I'm fine with the bioswale amendment.
Thank you. And I just had a thought that came up now. Not sure what that technology looks like, but I do have to express just general concerns on surveillance.
Privacy, right.
And I don't know what the technology will be, who will be managing it, but there are concerns over surveillance like Flock that ICE has had access to.
Sure.
So those are real concerns in our community. So I just want to express that concern now. Yeah, so I have concerns about that and not sure how I feel about it now. But we'll reopen the public hearing, so question can be asked of the applicant,
Sure.
and then we can move forward. So is there a motion to reopen the public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Benninger. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Oliva. Secretary, can you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Escamilla, Commissioner Leo,
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva,
Aye.
Commissioner Pham,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Vice Chair Benninger,
Aye.
Chair Ramos.
Aye.
Motion approved to open the public hearing with Commissioner Escamilla absent.
Thank you. The public hearing is now reopened. If we can please have the applicant step forward, whichever representative would like to. And Commissioner Leo, if you'd like to ask your question.
Yeah, and my question is that we'd like to take whatever security measures that 7-Eleven uses and stretch it to the property. So when your tenants re-enter, you're able to say, look, I'm providing the best security possible for you to survive here. I don't know what to do about your electric panels. That's a whole nother matter unto you. But what we're trying to do is figure out this so that you guys can move forward, but also safety to the community. I don't know if you're amenable to that. That's why I asked the question and had the hearing reopened.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so they're amenable to it?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then, sorry, I now just have a question, and perhaps it's for the representative from 7-Eleven. But if you could speak to what technologies is being used elsewhere and who has access to what's being collected.
As far as I'm aware, I'm not in our asset protection department, but as far as I'm aware, the DVRs are for the operators. So our security systems within the store and outside the store are for operators, and they're used if there's anything that has to be replayed for themselves and for any local authorities. And then as far as like the digital towers that hold security, some of them are private security companies that monitor. So I don't know exactly who has access to that. I'm assuming it's just the security company that provides the tower and that monitors it 24 hours or however long we hire them for. So, but that's a good concern that we could look into for sure, because it's a valid concern.
Agency would require a court order in order to obtain the tapes, right? I think that's what she was concerned that, a rogue group could just come in and say, give me it.
Well, they need a
Give me it right now.
They need a warrant. And right now, our local stores are very friendly with the local police departments. So I could say that for sure. Anything outside of that jurisdiction, I don't know how friendly they are, especially because a lot of the people that work inside of our stores are, apprehensive when it comes to like ICE and stuff like that. So that would be something that would be looked at very closely.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the local agency.
Yeah, no, we aren't either.
Let me just, I have a question for you. Just quickly, I can tell you myself, and this was years ago. Yeah, it was our control. No one could come in and take them.
Yeah.
Back to the question. Have you looked at this project from a security standpoint, at the lighting, at the sound they're proposing? Have you looked at this project?
Security-wise, we look at our store as it exists today, and we don't have a whole lot of issues. Being that it's going to have a fuel station, there's going to be a lot more light and photometrics involved. So we feel it's going to be even safer than it is now. But now that you guys are mentioning it, we could look at all of the other things that we use to mitigate issues when it comes to security at our other locations. So.
Because we, unfortunately in Santa Ana, we've had a share of troubles at 7-Elevens, unfortunately.
Yes.
Loitering, other problems going on that just don't want to add to that.
No, and this location specifically, we haven't had too many issues. I know other parts of areas of Santa Ana might, but this one specifically, we haven't had too many issues. And being that we're going to have a brand new, beautiful station with a canopy that's fully lighted, I don't anticipate there'll be more issues. I anticipate a lot less. But we'll consider everything that we need to make sure that it's secure for the community.
Thank you. Are there any final questions or comments for the applicant before we close the public hearing? Great. The public hearing is now closed. Back to commission discussion. We had a motion that was made. We did not yet have a second. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Leo with a second from Commissioner Pham. Secretary, can you please call a roll call vote?
Before we get to that point, I'd like to add a friendly amendment to it, that we do memorialize the fact that we are going to look at the grading of the land for the event of spill of gasoline in the vial system. And I'm sorry, the second one, I do want to see memorialized that they will take care of the blank wall that's on McFadden right now to make it look like Fairview, and that the sidewalk is put into the air pump is moved, and we do put the sidewalk into McFadden. Do I have a second for that?
So the first friendly amendment that you mentioned was previously accepted by Commissioner Leo. The second amendment, friendly amendment that you're proposing, you would have to make to Commissioner Leo, and Commissioner Leo would decide if he accepts it or not.
I'm a bit confused as to what we're talking about. We got to remove the air pumps, and then you want I'm assuming that there's sidewalk there now, no?
Presently, there's not, and once you move, and you can't put one because you have the air pump and water for the cars right there. So you move it where the proposed island, as I said earlier, that opens that up for a sidewalk to be put there. What I just want to do is right now.
If there was no sidewalk there, what would be there, dirt?
Yeah, or grass or whatever. What this really is.
So there would be a break in the sidewalk on McFadden? Would there be just like, I'm confused.
The parking lot would end and people would have to walk through the parking lot to get to the store.
If I can add, the site plan currently shows a drafting error, and it shows the air and water pump right up against McFadden, when it should be a little bit north of that. And what Vice Chair Bettinger was speaking to is because there's that drafting error that shows the air and water pump in that location, there's a break in the on-site sidewalk. Instead of connecting all the way to the street, it just stops, and there's a small area that's considered landscaping. So the amendment that Vice Chair Bettinger is mentioning
would remove the grass and basically make sure there's sidewalk all the way down
connects all the
McFadden.
way through. That's correct.
I'm fine with that.
And Commissioner Pham, does your second stand for that amended motion?
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Leo along with a second from Commissioner Pham. Secretary, can you please take a roll call vote?
Chair, if I can just read off all the amendments, just to make
Yes.
sure that we have everything.
Thank you.
So first, it would be a revision to Condition 5 to remove the security guard requirement and implement the use of security technology or software to address safety issues site-wide. The second would be a inclusion of a condition that requires containment of fuel spills and prevention of drainage of spilled fuel into bioswales. Third would be a condition that would allow the retention of the Husky Boy figures to remain as public art.
Right.
And then fourth would be that the south elevation include windows on the new 7-Eleven building facing McFadden. And then last would be the relocation of the air and water pump north and that bank of parking, and to continue the on-site walkway to punch through to the sidewalk along McFadden.
Pretty good.
Thank you. And then just a final question for staff before we go to the roll call vote. Are there any of those conditions that we needed to seek additional consent from the applicant on?
We can ask them if they're good with all of the amendments.
Or are there any that in this meeting you feel we haven't gotten confirmation on?
I think all of the ones that we've discussed have been thoroughly discussed, and I think the one that there was question on, that's when the public hearing was reopened. I think we're good unless you feel this would warrant a reopening of the public hearing again.
I just wanted to get staff confirmation. I see the applicant signaling, but I know we already. We would have to reopen the public hearing.
That was going to be my clarification, is that as long as they're consenting, that's fine. You don't need to open the public hearing again. But if you're going to enter into a dialogue with the applicant, then you would need to reopen the public hearing.
So I can, do you consent to everything? It won't be, we can't have a back and forth right now. It's just a yes or no.
Can I make a comment?
No, sorry, because then it would open it back and
And
forth.
we got to reopen it. It's the legality around it.
You can go ahead and open it if it's just for the, or just if he wants to tell us a question, then you can determine if you want to open the public hearing or not.
Sure.
Tiny comment. I just don't want this to backfire one day. That figure on the Husky Boys is not owned by us. So I can't control whether he takes it down or not. So I don't want this to be like an art monument that needs to be there, just as a point, because I knew that was one of the conditions. So if he chooses to take it down, all by him, not by us. Like that, want to
Thank you.
clarify that.
Staff, can you please restate the condition, how it's worded, and what, if any, requirements it establishes?
That it would allow the retention of the Husky Boys. So if
Thank
they
you.
choose that, hey, this doesn't work out for us, they'd have the ability to not include it.
So it provides an option, but it's not a requirement.
Exactly.
Correct, thank you. Secretary, can you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Escamilla, Commissioner Leo,
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva,
Aye.
Commissioner Pham,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Vice Chair Benninger,
Aye.
Chair Ramos.
I'm going to have to abstain over my surveillance concerns.
Okay.
Motion approved by majority vote with Chair Ramos abstaining and Commissioner Escamilla absent.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That concludes the business calendar. Moving on to staff comments.
None.
A couple of short ones, even though we've had a lengthy meeting. I just wanted to take the moment to thank the commission for all the hard work this year, especially reviewing all the complex projects that we've thrown your way. Case in point, just tonight. And we look forward to working with you next year. We have a host of equally as complex projects lined up for you all. So we're looking forward to working with you in the coming year. Just as an FYI, we don't have any items scheduled for the December 22nd PC meeting, so that meeting is going to be canceled. And then lastly, kind of touching on the complex projects that are teed up, we're looking forward to presenting the update to the city's zoning code early next year. So the commission should be seeing that February. And then in addition to that, in response to some community feedback and city council direction, we're also going to be sharing a proposal for a smoke shop ordinance early next year with this commission. And that's it for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any commission comments?
Yes, I'd just like to take this moment and wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. Have a safe time and enjoy it with family.
Thank you, Vice Chair Benninger. Commissioner Wu.
I want to thank staff for your hard work all through the year and the commissioner too. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And Santa Claus is Chinese.
Thank you, Commissioner Wu. Commissioner Pham.
Merry Christmas party. Happy New Year too, right? Because we'll be past New Year. Yep. And it's 10:15.
Thank you. Commissioner Leo.
Yes, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and all those in between. That last project is what we have in store for us as we go forward. You guys know that. And I'm happy to serve with all of you because I think we really do care about the community and we ask the right questions and we test each other to see how far we can go. And I think the city's moving in the right direction because of your commitment to helping the city. So I greatly appreciate working with you and have a good break because we don't have to see staff for like a month.
Thank you, Commissioner Leo. Commissioner Oliva.
Ditto to what everyone else said. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, and thank you, staff, for putting all of this together because these presentations were not easy, the visuals, everything. So thank you so much for providing clarity and answers and all that good stuff.
Thank you. I'll just end by also saying happy holidays and also thanking staff. Excited to see the smoke shop ordinance come to us. I know I brought that up to staff about 2.5 months ago after attending a Memorial Park Neighborhood Association meeting. So I know it's something they've been complaining about for quite a bit, but first time I heard about it, so very happy to see that staff is moving quickly, and I believe it was discussed at the council by Councilman Lopez last time, so yeah. So just to the public, if you have complaints, please bring them forth. Things can happen. Thank you all. Have a good night.